Chapter 2591. Treat me to a meal and a drink. He thought that Lin Ling might have a powerful background in his hometown, which was why he thought he was qualified to enter Third Ring City. However, he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. Even the emperor was beaten black and blue. How embarrassing. The Qing province is one of the 9 provinces. No matter if you're a dragon or a tiger, you have to bow your head when you come here. Young Master Du, you're reminding the blue-robed young man that you're too kind. Isn't it better to let such a person be beaten black and blue and be chased out of this place? Many young masters mocked. Even the soldiers couldn't help but laugh. As long as Lin Ling dared to enter Third Ring City, they would immediately take action. These people are too much. Yu and Xian Yuangu raised their eyebrows. These people weren't very strong. They only had a good father, but they treated the empire that their father had conquered as their own. If they were in the Resplendent Academy, not to mention Lin Ling, even Yu and the rest would be able to beat them up like dogs. Yu wanted to say something, but at this moment, a cry of surprise came from within the city. "You're here?" A tall and sturdy old man looked over in surprise and walked over with large strides. Great Yuan Mansion's Mansion Master. Seeing this, everyone's eyes narrowed. The Great Yuan Mansion's status in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty was not low. It was not much weaker than the governor's family. Most importantly, the person who came was actually the Mansion Master. Du Shijun's eyes flashed. His father, the governor, had a good relationship with the Mansion Master of the Great Yuan Mansion. However, his father had to give the Mansion Master face. Therefore, he immediately prepared to bow. Moreover, the Mansion Master said that you're here. Could it be that he was talking about himself? At this moment, his face was immediately filled with pride. After all, in terms of strength, he wasn't very strong. He only relied on his family background. However, the Mansion Master of the Great Yuan Mansion was a true expert. Such an expert personally coming to greet him was enviable. Especially the calm blue-robed young man. He should be so shocked that his mouth was wide open. He might even kneel down and submit to him. Mansion Master, Mansion Master. Thinking of this, Do Shijun immediately laughed. However, something unexpected happened. The old man didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he walked up to the blue-robed young man, bowed, and immediately laughed. At this moment, everyone was like ducks with their necks held, unable to say a single word. Du Shijun was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Salute? And then smile? If he remembered correctly, even his father didn't receive such treatment. You've come to Three Ring City? What a coincidence. It's rare for you to come here, so you have to come to my residence. I'll bring you some good wine. 10,000-year heavenly fragrant red. Let's get drunk. The old man looked at Lin Ling and said excitedly. He was well aware that Lin Ling was the strongest second-generation genius, and he was going to become the Marshal of the Martial God Battalion. He would be a fool if he didn't curry favor with such a person. Moreover, his Grand Yuan Mansion's Yuan had a grudge with Lin Ling in the past. Although he was killed by Lin Ling, who knew if Lin Ling wouldn't resent the Grand Yuan Mansion. Therefore, it was time to wash away the grudges of the past. However, as soon as he finished speaking, not only Do Shijun, but even the surrounding young master's jaws dropped to the ground. The Mansion Master of the Grand Yuan Mansion personally invited that young man? He even used the 10,000-year heavenly fragrant red to entertain him. If they remembered correctly, the 10,000-year heavenly fragrant red was a top-grade wine awarded to the Grand Yuan Mansion by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. In the past, many high-ranking officials and nobles had wanted to taste the wine, but they had all returned in disappointment. Therefore, they all thought that their eyes were playing tricks on them. Or rather, the Mansion Master of the Grand Yuan Mansion was playing tricks on them. Why should I go to your residence to drink wine? However, while they were still in shock, Lin Ling also spoke. Not only did he refuse, but he also looked displeased. Refused? At this moment, there was only the sound of people sucking in a breath of cold air. The blue-robed young man had the opportunity that others yearned for. Who would have thought that he would coldly refuse? Heavens, does that blue-robed young man know what he is doing? Mansion Master, Are you rejecting the wrong person? Do Shijun could not help but remind the old man. However, the old man did not pay attention to him. Instead, he smiled bitterly. Not only did he not blame Lin Ling for not giving him face, but he was also annoyed with himself. He had been trying to find a way to build a relationship with Lin Ling, but who knew that he would fail? He did not know that Lin Ling really did not know him. As for Yi, Lin Ling had long forgotten about him. Hey, Lin Ling, you're here. At this moment, another exclamation came from the city gate. Then, a tall middle-aged man walked out with big strides, looking pleasantly surprised. This man was even more famous because he was the owner of the Qing province Fuxing estate, Luo Riyao. Fuxing estate was spread all over the 9 states. It was a bank, so all the young masters present had come into contact with this huge force. Even their fathers had to be respectful to Luo Riyao. Hee, you really love to cultivate. This is the first time I've seen you take the initiative to come to Third Ring City. Come, let's go to my Fuxing estate. I have to treat you to a meal. After Luo Riyao walked out, he immediately pulled Lin Ling aside. After Lin Ling became the champion of the Pride tournament, the 9 states Fuxing estate rewarded Luo Riyao because Luo Riyao was very accurate. He had actually built a relationship with a future expert. After all, the Fuxing estate could spread all over the 9 states and make many experts give them face because they knew how to conduct themselves. Although Lin Ling was not strong now, his potential was limitless. Even the great Azure Divine Dynasty valued Lin Ling. Fuxing estate was naturally willing to bet on Lin Ling's future. Treating him to a meal again? Previously, the mansion master of the Great Yuan Mansion treated him to a drink. Now, Luo Riyao is treating him to a meal? Who is this guy? The estate master of the Great Yuan Mansion is old. He could say that he recognized the wrong person, but Luo Riyao wouldn't. The surrounding young masters swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Their hearts were beating fast. What kind of monster was this? Senior Luo Riyao, let's have a meal another time. I really have something important to do now. Lin Ling knew Luo Riyao, so he naturally would not refuse. However, he had to get the marshal's seal now. He really did not have time. Okay, after you're done, you must come. I'll wait for you. No, if it's convenient, I'll go with you. I'm afraid you'll run away. Luo Riyao thought for a while and immediately said, Run away? The crowd was even more shocked and speechless. Was there a need to be so grand? Lord Luo Riyao, you're snatching someone from me. However, the estate master of the Great Yuan Mansion immediately smiled bitterly. Luo Riyao laughed and said, Then let's go together. Hearing this, the estate master was obviously excited. Without Lord Luo Riyao, Lin Ling would not give him face at all. He was indebted to Luo Riyao. How about this little friend? Lin Ling, is he your friend? Do you want to go together? Luo Riyao looked at Du Shijun and said, because Du Shijun was very close to Lin Ling, he thought that Du Shijun was related to Lin Ling. Chapter 2592. Qilin Demon Dog. Since it's like this, we'll enter the city first. Yes. Sunset Brilliance nodded and led Lin Ling into 3 Ring City. As for the soldiers, they looked as if they had been struck by lightning, not daring to block them. Lin Ling? What a familiar name. Could he be the champion of this year's Pride tournament? I heard that this fellow also became the new marshal of the Martial God Battalion. The surrounding young masters were all shocked as they recalled Sunset Brilliance's words. So that fellow's name was Lin Ling. As for Do Shijun, he could no longer use words to describe his feelings. In short, shock, astonishment, fear, worry, and all sorts of other emotions fused together, forming a tangled feeling. After entering 3 Ring City, Lin Ling discovered that there were many powerhouses in the city. Most of them were at the true Immortal realm. At the same time, there were also people looking at Lin Ling's group. Because Lin Ling was only at the World King realm, there was only one reason he could enter 3 Ring City. His background wasn't small. Especially after seeing Sunset Brilliance, many of the indifferent martial artists were suddenly enlightened. You're going to the Grand Council Hall? You can't enter that place without an invitation. After learning of Lin Ling's goal, Sunset Brilliance cried out in alarm. He pointed out a direction and waited for Lin Ling to return. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty had a strict status. Although Sunset Brilliance wasn't someone from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, he still had to abide by its rules. As for Lin Ling, he brought Yu Yu and Xian Yuangu towards the Grand Council Hall. This Grand Council Hall was the place with the greatest authority in Three Ring City. The master was the Grand Council Minister and was in charge of the 6 military camps. If one wanted to obtain a martial seal, they had to obtain the approval of the Grand Council Hall. The Grand Council Minister would then report this matter to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. This was the so-called changing of the marshal. As they walked forwards, soldiers would pass by. They were all true Immortal realm powerhouses. However, the soldiers didn't pay attention to Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling to frown. He had no choice but to follow the streets. And at the end of the street was a massive military field. There was an oppressive aura all around, and there were even dragon roars. And these were true dragons born from the universe. As expected of the Grand Military Hall, its aura is extremely powerful. Lin Ling thought to himself. Even now, no one had come to entertain him. From this, one could see how strict the rules here were. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, a Qilin demon dog suddenly rushed out of the drill ground. This black divine dog was 3 meters tall, had 2 heads, and had the body of a Qilin. When it moved its feet, the earth trembled. It was extremely majestic. What kind of demonic beast is this? Yu Yu and the others immediately turned pale. This is a scout dog. The Martial God Battalion also had one in the past. Lin Ling replied. He could sense that this 3-meter-tall beast had a billowing infernal energy, as if it were a ruthless soldier. Its strength had also reached the peak of the World King realm. Think about it, if an army were to bring such military dogs out, the enemy would definitely be terrified. What the hell is going on with this Grand Council Hall? Why hasn't anyone come to greet me yet? Lin Ling couldn't help but feel depressed. He really didn't understand the rules of the Grand Council Hall. Then, the corners of his eyes twitched. That Qilin demon dog wouldn't attack him, right? Lin Ling guessed that this was very likely. This was a strategic location for the Grand Council. The Qilin demon dog would definitely tear apart the enemy. Had he gone the wrong way? As he thought, the Qilin demon dog had already rushed over, its speed surpassing the speed of a world. This strength wasn't something that Yu Yu and the others could resist. Thus, Lin Ling immediately activated the wind and cloud change. The flame coffin descended. His speed immediately reached the speed of 2 worlds. Moreover, his 2 dantians fused together. He punched out. The Qilin demon dog also had intelligence. It saw that Lin Ling's boundary wasn't high, so it dared to attack Lin Ling. Now that Lin Ling's strength had instantly risen, it couldn't help but be shocked. Bang! A fist smashed into its nose, causing it to whimper. Then it was sent flying backwards. When it smashed into the ground, the rumbling sound was like the sound of a world exploding. Lin Ling sighed softly. This beast had kicked an iron plate. It should leave with its tail between its legs. However, things were developing in the opposite direction. The Qilin demon dog roared at the sky. Immediately, a large number of echoes came from afar. Then, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting, a large number of Qilin demon dogs also arrived. They actually surrounded the drill ground tightly. Moreover, there were also soldiers around the drill ground. However, their faces were cold, as if they didn't dare to interfere. In the Grand Council Hall, the Qilin demon dog's status seemed to be quite high. Brother Ling, what should we do? Seeing this, Yu Yu and the others panicked. In fact, even Lin Ling was shocked. That vengeful beast had called for help? He didn't care about one Qilin demon dog, but if there were hundreds of them, it would be troublesome. The 2 of you stand back to back and block the Qilin demon dog. I will attract their attention. At this point, Lin Ling could only fight on. A touch of anger rose in his heart. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a situation just to get the marshal's seal. Did no one care about the Grand Council Hall? At almost the same time, the Qilin demon dogs rushed forwards, able to tear apart any World King powerhouse. Luckily, Lin Ling was not an ordinary World King powerhouse. The flame coffin behind him began to burn, increasing his speed and the strength of his world essence, allowing him to avoid the bites of the Qilin demon dogs. Moreover, after dodging, he erupted with the flames of time and space. His fists and palms ruthlessly fell upon the Qilin demon dogs. Many Qilin demon dogs were burned by the flames of time and space. They cried out in pain, but they also became even more brutal. Their bodies were clearly larger and their bodies were covered with a layer of red light. This caused Lin Ling to sigh. This was truly worthy of being the Grand Council Hall. A mere beast actually possessed monstrous strength. What if it was the entire Grand Council Hall? Pung ping pung. The Qilin demon dogs rushed towards Lin Ling from all directions. They spat out flames, frost, earth spikes, and all sorts of other mysterious strengths. This caused the pressure on Lin Ling to rise. Who is this fellow? He actually dares to break into the Grand Council Hall? At this time, voices of surprise rose up from the martial field. Several youths stood there, all of them wearing armor and exuding an extraordinary aura. These youths were all first-level true divinity powerhouses. Moreover, beneath their armor were the robes of their academies. It was clear that they were geniuses of the 3 great academies. Of course, if they were able to enter 3 Ring City, then they were definitely true geniuses of their generation. No one is allowed to break into the Grand Council Hall. Anyone who arrives must wait for 2 hours until someone asks for permission. Only then can they report their status and enter the Grand Council Hall. This must be the first time that this fellow has come here, so he's randomly barging in here. A purple-haired youth lightly said. He is only at the 10th level of the World King realm. With his strength, it would be difficult for him to face a Qilin demon dog, but now he is facing more than one. A good-looking woman said. He will be torn apart sooner or later. The purple-haired youth immediately said with disdain. Saint Xiaobao, should we help? He might even be a junior apprentice brother of our academy. Another youth said. Hearing this, the woman immediately nodded. I saw him before. He is wearing the robes of Radiant Academy. He has nothing to do with Heavenly Saint Academy or Blue Rain Academy, so we don't need to bother with him. The purple-haired youth shook his head. Chapter 2593. An eye for an eye. I think he can only hold on for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, and then he'll be torn to shreds. You should know that the Qilin demon hound was born in the universe, and it was the reincarnation of a heavenly calamity star. The moment it was born, its strength was comparable to a realm. He should be able to hold on for the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn. After all, those who can enter 3 Ring City are not weak. The others spoke up one after another. They stared ahead as if they were watching a show. However, what happened was beyond their expectations. Not only did Lin Ling not lose after 3 incense sticks of time, but he also knocked out the Qilin hounds one after another. He was like an undefeatable god of war who was immune to all evil. At this moment, the expressions of these powerful first-generation experts changed. I'm here to check on him. The purple-haired young man looked interested. His eyes flashed as a pair of eyes appeared in the sky above the drill ground and stared at Lin Ling. In that instant, Lin Ling felt as if he had been struck by lightning, causing him to be momentarily distracted. Of course, he quickly reacted and once again blocked the Qilin devil dogs. However, when the eye appeared, it clearly affected him and caused him to suffer some light injuries. He relied on a unique cultivation method to forcefully increase the power of his realm essence. That's why he was able to defeat those demon dogs. This cultivation method is quite interesting. According to my estimation, it should have increased his realm essence by around 5 realms. The eyes in the sky soon disappeared. Then, the purple-haired young man said indifferently. Previously, he had used the Heaven's Eye technique to check Lin Ling's cultivation and cultivation, so he was very clear about it now. Sheng Xiaobao, when others are fighting, you use the Heaven's Eye technique? The woman beside him asked pointedly. Is there a problem? The purple-haired young man looked at him in confusion. No, you can do whatever you want. The woman shrugged. After all, if Sheng Xiaobao was the young man's enemy, then it would be normal for him to use the Heaven's Eye technique. However, it was obvious that the blue-robed young man had no enmity with Xing Xiaobao, so Xing Xiaobao's action was a little rude. Moreover, if he used the Heaven's Eye technique, it would affect his opponent's battle. If it was someone weaker, they might have been killed by Saint Xiaobao. Boom, boom. After an unknown amount of time, the Qilin demon dog finally whimpered and fled. It was scared of Lin Ling. Lin Ling stood in the middle of the drill ground, gasping for breath. He was exhausted. Fortunately, his flame coffin was powerful, giving him unbeatable speed and strength. This allowed him to slowly grind those Qilin demon dogs to death. Yu, are you all right? Then, Lin Ling hurriedly looked at Yu and the others. We're fine. Most of the Qilin demon dogs went after Brother Ling. Yu and the others hurriedly came over and wiped away Lin Ling's sweat. At this point, they also felt that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Grand Council Hall. Every step was filled with murderous intent. As for the soldiers around the drill ground, their eyes flickered. This young man was not weak at all. Why aren't you following the rules and waiting outside? At this moment, a voice finally sounded. A middle-aged man in white armor strode over. His cultivation was also at the true immortal realm. Seeing this, Lin Ling was a little angry. It was his first time here, so naturally he did not know the rules. I'm Lin Ling. His tone also became cold and detached. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed. He seemed to know who Lin Ling was. He immediately smiled and said, "The Grand Council Hall has its own rules. Unless it's an extremely urgent matter, everyone has to wait outside the hall. But this is your first time here, so the Grand Council Hall won't punish you. I have a human ring pill here, you can recover your cultivation." Hearing this, the surrounding soldiers' expressions changed slightly. Although the middle-aged man's words were still dignified, it was obvious that he was giving Lin Ling face. Not only was he not punishing him, he was even rewarding him. Lin Ling also sensed the other party's kindness, so he did not pursue the matter. Moreover, you've waited for quite some time. You can directly enter the Grand Council Hall. Seeing Lin Ling not do anything, the middle-aged man thought that Lin Ling knew how to conduct himself, so he spoke again. Then, the middle-aged man led Lin Ling forward. This fellow is a bit interesting. He broke into the Grand Council Hall and wasn't punished? Seeing Lin Ling safe and sound, the purple-haired youth was immediately curious. The others around him were also curious. After all, for a World King realm martial artist to receive such treatment, this was truly rare. But at this time, Lin Ling had already brought Yu and the others over, passing by. Lin Ling's steps instantly stopped, his eyes faintly looking at the purple-haired youth. This caused the purple-haired youth and the others to be stunned, not understanding what Lin Ling meant. First level True Divinity Realm, a 5th grade awakened divine body. But he actually managed to give birth to a true divinity martial soul. Although his martial soul is weak, it has still increased his combat strength to a certain degree. And when a low-grade 4th grade martial art is cultivated to the highest boundary, it can compare to a medium-grade 4th grade martial art. This strength is barely enough. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He looked at the purple-haired youth with the myriad mammoth demon eyes, seeing through everything. He naturally knew that the purple-haired youth had been spying on him. Although it wasn't intentional, his actions were clearly rude. Thus, he was returning the favor. You spied on me? Sheng Xiaobao's complexion turned icy cold. This should be your first time in Three Ring City. Sheng Xiaobao lightly said. Then he saw Lin Ling nod. His words were mixed with anger as he said, "Don't you know that spying on others is taboo? This is offending others." "Then why did you say you spied on me?" Lin Ling replied faintly. Then he left in a carefree manner. Sheng Xiaobao's eyes narrowed. He had forgotten that he had used the heavenly eye art. However, now that Lin Ling mentioned it, not only did he not feel guilty, he was even angrier. He was merely spying on Lin Ling out of curiosity. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would be so calculative as to check his cultivation? However, he didn't dare to flare up in the Grand Council Hall. He could only clench his teeth as he watched Lin Ling leave. What a rude junior. His voice was filled with majesty and anger. The people around him were silent because they knew that it was Sheng Xiaobao who was rude first. Thus, it was normal for others to retaliate. Of course, Sheng Xiaobao was from Three Ring City's Holy King residence, and his brother was a tycoon. Thus, they didn't say anything. On the contrary, they were curious about Lin Ling's methods. Lin Ling was only staring at Sheng Xiaobao, but he had seen through his opponent's strength. This ability was even more powerful than the Heavenly Eye art. Don't let me know who you are. Otherwise, even if the Azure Prefecture is as vast as the ocean, I, Sheng Xiaobao, can easily find you. Sheng Xiaobao said again. You don't need to look, I know who he is. But at this time, a chuckle was heard. A large number of youths came from the distance. Their cultivation was unfathomable, and each of their movements carried the aura of a superior. They were the geniuses of the three academies, and they also had positions in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. One had to know that the three academies nurtured geniuses for the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, and the goal of these geniuses was to become famous in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. They hoped to reach the 9 prefectures through the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Chapter 2594. 2 spots. For example, Sheng Xiaobao was a junior protector with a high status. Oh, you know him. Sheng Xiaobao was a local genius. Although he wasn't the strongest in the first generation, his prestige wasn't small. However, his expression immediately changed after seeing the speaker. So it's senior brother Luo. The speaker was one of the 9 heavens of Qing province, Luo Sha Ci. Not only was he an early generation, he was also one of the 9 strongest. No need to be so polite. That person is called Lin Ling. I'm sure all of you have heard of him. The newcomer was indeed Luo Sha Ci. At this moment, he smiled while staring at Lin Ling's departing figure with a cold glint in his eyes. He didn't expect that the ant he met at the 8 godly heavenly palace would have grown to this level. He had no choice but to pay attention to this person. Moreover, he heard that the space-time steel was on Lin Ling's body. He was extremely tempted about this. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's origin was a bit extraordinary with many experts supporting him. This made him hesitate in taking action. At this moment, he still didn't know how many experts were supporting Lin Ling. However, Sheng Xiaobao would definitely let him know. Lin Ling, first place in the Pride tournament, the strongest second generation? Right now, he should be the first generation because he broke the invincibility of the Dream Stream. Even many generations couldn't break the invincibility of the Dream Stream. This brat is not simple. The other youths nodded in understanding. Even Sheng Xiaobao was the same. However, he didn't care. Although he didn't watch the Pride tournament, he found out later that it wasn't difficult to break the invincibility of the Dream Stream. The key was between the eyebrows. This meant that after knowing the method, the Dream Stream wasn't as strong as imagined. Thus, Lin Ling was only lucky enough to break the invincibility. It didn't mean that he was actually that strong. So what if it's Lin Ling? Do I need to be afraid of him? Sheng Xiaobao immediately retorted. You are the little prince of the Holy King's palace, so you don't have to be afraid of anyone. However, don't underestimate him. If you can avoid provoking him, then be his friend. Luo Sha said again. His words were full of hidden meaning. He was trying to goad him. Friend? Senior brother Luo is looking down on me too much. If I, Sheng Xiaobao, want to find someone to be my friend, then I will act according to my wishes. A fierce reputation won't scare me. Plus, I'm here to become a governor. Sheng Xiaobao sneered. He didn't know about Luo Sha's provocation. From now on, we will have to respectfully call you Commander Sheng. Hearing Sheng Xiaobao's proud words, the others immediately saluted. The governor's status was not weak and was above their heads. The group of people also entered the military council hall one after another. At this moment, a large number of experts had gathered in the vast military council hall. Most of them were geniuses. All of them were in high spirits and had the might of dragons and tigers. After Lin Ling arrived, his eyes immediately flashed. There wasn't a single world king powerhouse in this hall. All of them were at the true divinity realm. Yo, Jianghu, you've returned. I heard that you became an assassin for the Flying Dragon organization and found a mineral lode in the Western world. You've taken it all for yourself. Tu Xiaoping, do you think your words will make me complacent? I heard that you will become a governor soon. You've also rushed into the top ranks of the Sky Surpass rankings. You should be able to rush into the top 2 ranks. Voices constantly echoed out from the hall. Most of these youths were geniuses of their generation, and they were all working hard towards becoming exceptional talents. How strong! Yu and the others felt as if they had arrived in the world of powerhouses. In particular, in the past, her reputation amongst the second generation wasn't weak. But as she saw these first-generation youths, she immediately realized the disparity between them. These people have been cultivating for a long time, and some of them are native martial artists. In terms of innate talent, they are better than us. Lin Ling also realized how strong these geniuses were. But he didn't care. After all, if he was given a bit more time, he would surely surpass them as the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao. As a ghost genius, Li Xiaoyao had surpassed countless geniuses in the past. But there's actually a world king here? Someone suddenly suspiciously said, looking at Lin Ling and the others. If I'm not wrong, this person should be the number 1 in Pride Era, Lin Ling. The Pride Era competition had shaken the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Thus, many people guessed Lin Ling's identity. He's a very good genius. It's said that he hasn't even cultivated for 1,000 years. He has the fastest cultivation speed in the history of Radiant Academy. His cultivation speed is fast, but that doesn't mean his foundation is solid. Some people were jealous, some people were disdainful, and some people were optimistic about Lin Ling. Everyone had their own thoughts. At this time, some of Radiant Academy's first generation walked towards Lin Ling, smiling as they greeted him. Since they came from the same academy, they would naturally help Lin Ling. However, this lively atmosphere was immediately silenced after several youths walked in. This was because one of them was the focus of attention. It was Luo Shaci, the 9 heavens of Azure State. At some point in time, he was like an emperor that stood above all the geniuses. It's him. Lin Ling also stared at Luo Shaci. In fact, in the solipsistic commandery, Lin Ling was not afraid of the current emperor, but Luo Shaci. Given some time, a genius like Luo Shaci would definitely surpass the emperor of the solipsistic commandery. In fact, this was indeed the case. In the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, not everyone would give face to the solipsistic commandery. However, because of Luo Shaci, the people of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty did not dare to underestimate the solipsistic commandery. After Luo Shaci entered, he had a smile on his face. He did not even look at Lin Ling, as if he was not interested in Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's intuition told him that Luo Shaci was eyeing him covetously. The reason why he was calm on the surface was because he did not want to alert the enemy. "All right, everyone is here." At this time, an old voice rang out. An old man walked over with dragon-like steps. His every move carried a domineering aura as if he was the ruler of the world. He was the Grand Council Minister, the true ruler of the 6 military camps. His strength had also reached a level where the heavens and earth would change colors. Everyone here has a scholarly honor and is valued by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Moreover, because of you, your hometown and your family are also protected by the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. After the Grand Council Minister sat down, he immediately spoke. Geniuses needed to grow, so the Great Azure Divine Dynasty gave them scholarly honor and let these geniuses compete and grow continuously. Therefore, in the following period of time, these people began to submit missions or prove their strength to obtain a higher position. In this way, they could also obtain more divine crystals and treasures as rewards and increase their strength. Some people became junior guardians, some became quasi-military governors, and some entered the 6 military camps and obtained the position of great general. These people were very young, but when they moved their feet, no one in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty would dare to underestimate them. By the order of the heavens, today, 2 great generals have obtained the favor of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. One is Lin Ling, who has inherited the Martial God Battalion's martial seal. The other is Lei Tenlun, who has advanced to the rank of Duan Commander. Finally, the Grand Council Minister announced the sensational news. This was because these two positions were the highest today, above the heads of many geniuses. Suddenly, many geniuses revealed looks of envy. Of course, there were also some who were unwilling to accept it. Chapter 2595. True God Martial Spirit. Lei Tenlan came from Heavenly Saint Academy and was the daughter of Leiyin Mansion, an ancient power in Foring City. In addition, Lei Tianlan's strength ranked 72nd on the Tianyue list. Therefore, no one would object to her becoming the commander-in-chief. As for Lin Ling, he was number 1 in the world. Although no one looked down on him, many people were still jealous that he had become a marshal. Wait, sir, isn't today the day I become a commander-in-chief? At this time, a dissatisfied voice suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that it was Xing Xiaobao. This person was quite famous in the first generation. Most importantly, he had the backing of the Holy King, so his rise was much faster than others. He was already a junior guardian. Moreover, half a year ago, there was a rumor that Xing Xiaobao was going to become a military governor. Of course, it was not because of his strength, but because of the efforts of the Holy King's mansion behind him. Next time? The Grand Council looked at Xing Xiaobao and said. Xing Xiaobao didn't dare to slight the Grand Council and hurriedly bowed. Your Excellency, why? The others were also puzzled. The news that Xing Xiaobao was going to become a military governor had spread like wildfire since half a year ago. Many people were congratulating him and trying to curry favor with him. But now, his position as commander-in-chief was going to be revoked? This was undoubtedly a slap in the face. Because the two places given by the Great Qing Divine Dynasty have already been confirmed. They are the Marshal's seal and the position of governor. So, you have to wait for the next time. The Grand Secretary explained the reason. This time, everyone immediately understood. Originally, Lei Tianlan and Xing Xiaobao were the two governors, but Lin Ling's appearance caused one of them to be taken away. Therefore, Xing Xiaobao had to wait after Lin Ling. Why? Xing Xiaobao's face instantly turned ugly. So this was the reason. He glanced at Lei Tianlan and finally fixed his eyes on Lin Ling. I'm convinced that senior sister Tianlan got the position of commander-in-chief. But how could this lowly man get it? If he can do it, so can I. If I were to fight Dreamstream, I could easily defeat him. What right does he have to steal my spot? What? You're not convinced? Hearing this, the Grand Council immediately narrowed his eyes and was a little unhappy. My lord, I'm not convinced. Unless he can defeat me, I'm not convinced. I'm definitely not convinced. Xing Xiaobao was clearly excited. The crowd could also imagine the grievance in his heart. He was clearly going to be famous in Sanhuan City, but who would have thought that Lin Ling would suddenly appear? This made Saint Xiaobao's efforts go to waste, and he would probably be laughed at to death. And the truth was indeed so. Some of the geniuses present were already secretly laughing at him. Lin Ling, what do you think? Of course, if you're unwilling, then you don't have to pay any attention to him. After all, the Martial Gods Battalion's martial seal was recommended by your marshal. The Grand Council Minister looked at Lin Ling and smiled. After all, he had been cold to everyone else since his arrival, but he smiled at Lin Ling time and time again. It would be strange if they weren't jealous. Especially Xing Xiaobao. He was so jealous that he almost lost his mind. This was because the Grand Council Minister was openly helping Lin Ling. If Lin Ling ignored him, there was nothing he could do. In the end, he would only become a laughingstock. You're called Lin Ling, right? Come and fight me, you trash, coward, scum. Xing Xiaobao immediately roared at the thought of this. He was already furious when Lin Ling spied on him, but now he was adding fuel to the fire. Are you a dog? Seeing the other party's constant roars, Lin Ling coldly said, If you want to play, then do as you please. Good, I've been waiting for you to say this. Everyone heard it. If Lin Ling loses, then he'll give up the martial seal. I'll get the martial governor position first, and he'll come next. Xing Xiaobao immediately became excited and rubbed his fists. Grand Council Minister, watch carefully. I'll prove to you that the second generation will always be the second generation. Come, lowly person. As he spoke, he swaggered out. The strongest second generation, haha. As long as he wasn't a true first generation, he didn't place him in his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Ling also walked out, sizing up Xing Xiaobao. Interesting, a world king challenging a true divinity? The surrounding people also revealed looks of interest. They had heard of Lin Ling's name, but they had never seen Lin Ling fight. Thus, they didn't think that Lin Ling was Xing Xiaobao's match. After all, the World King realm and True Divinity realm was a great divide. Moreover, Lin Ling hadn't even reached the half-step True Divinity realm. Don't underestimate him. Disregarding everything else, just the thickness of his world essence is twice that of a World King. After all, a True Divinity's dantian is a world river. At this time, a sound transmission quietly floated in. Lin Ling looked over and saw that the one speaking was Lei Yunlin. Was she warning him? However, 10 times? Although Lin Ling was at the 10th stage of the World King realm, he had 2 dantians. His world essence had already surpassed the 10th stage of the World King realm by 1-fold. In addition to evil flame transformation, it surpassed the 10th stage by 3 times. Although Xing Xiaobao was at the first stage of the True Divinity realm, what a pity. If Lin Ling stepped into this boundary, his world essence would absolutely surpass the World King realm by 2 times. Come, you lowly human, watch as I defeat you with a single saber strike. At this time, Xing Xiaobao had already moved. His saber came slashing down like thunder. This was a low 4th grade martial art, but it had been cultivated to the peak. Although the grade was low, because of its strong background, its might could not be underestimated. Even Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This saber strike allowed him to know how extraordinary it was. Although Dream Flow could erupt with such might, it wasn't as smooth and thick as Xing Xiaobao's. This was the difference between a World King and a True Divinity. However, while an ordinary person couldn't block this saber strike, that didn't mean Lin Ling couldn't. He fused his dantian and the flame coffin descended. His speed instantly rose to 2 realms speed, easily dodging that saber strike. But after his saber strike failed, Xing Xiaobao's eyes turned icy cold. He mockingly said, "Do you only know how to run? Let me see just how long you can run." Beneath his feet, thunder and lightning appeared, causing him to erupt with 2 realms speed. Did I say I wanted to run? As his second saber slashed down, Lin Ling also drew his sword to meet it. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying sound of colliding world essence rang out, causing many people's eyes to flash. Then they discovered that Lin Ling had actually blocked that saber strike. What a rich world essence strength. If a World King is like this, then wouldn't a True Divinity's world essence be even stronger? Someone secretly assessed. Indeed, the number 1 of the world couldn't be underestimated. Interesting, but it's only a draw with me. I haven't erupted with my full strength yet. Xing Xiaobao was also surprised by Lin Ling's strength, but he wasn't worried. His awakened divine body immediately erupted, increasing his speed to that of thunder. What was even more terrifying was that a white fog violently floated out from his mind, gradually forming a tiny person. True Divinity Martial Soul. It had to be known that not every True Divinity realm powerhouse could comprehend a True Divinity Martial Soul. But, if one possessed such a martial soul, their strength would rise by a great deal. Chapter 2596. Suppressing Xing Xiaobao. This guy's talent is only 5th grade, but he has a true god martial spirit. He's quite amazing. A true god martial spirit can increase one's battle prowess by at least 30%. A powerful true god martial spirit can even increase one's battle prowess by 90%. At this time, Qianji's voice sounded, causing Lin Ling's heart to turn heavy. Are you afraid? Ha, lowly human, a true god martial spirit is something you can't comprehend in your lifetime. The true god martial spirit floated in the sky, emitting a dense pressure. It looked exactly like Xing Xiaobao and held a saber in its hand. Together, it slashed towards Lin Ling. The power of that saber could easily defeat an ordinary 2nd stage true god. He shouldn't be able to block it. Seeing this, Many people shook their heads. Lin Ling also noticed that Xing Xiaobao's boundary essence had become terrifying. He raised his sword to block, but the impact forced him back 3 steps. "Ha, lowly human, now you know fear." Xing Xiaobao's aura immediately rose. "You've used your true god martial spirit, but that doesn't mean I've used my trump card." However, at this time, Lin Ling spoke indifferently. The sword in his hand trembled, and a black sword shadow appeared. His aura instantly became fierce. Ashura sword formation, 49 swords by 7. A powerful first-generation expert voiced out suspiciously. This was because many people had cultivated this Ashura sword formation before. Only 49 swords? Too inexperienced. Xing Xiaobao still smiled disdainfully, but at this time, the swords had already shot over. Moreover, their speed had reached 2-world speed. Most importantly, it wasn't 49 swords, but 81 swords. The terrifying sword formation swept over the world, causing the smile on Xing Xiaobao's face to disappear. His expression turned solemn. "Wait until I break your sword formation. Let's see how arrogant you can be." He controlled his true god martial spirit to clash with Lin Ling's sword. Moreover, he held his saber in defense, confident that he could block the sword formation. The crucial moment has arrived. I wonder if the strongest second-generation expert or Xing Xiaobao will win. I think Xing Xiaobao will win. In a clash of strength, the second-generation expert won't have an advantage. Bang! At this moment, many people were paying full attention. Clang! Deafening noises reverberated in the air as Lin Ling's swords were sent flying by the true divinity martial spirit. Moreover, the true divinity martial spirit lunged towards Lin Ling. Victory and defeat seemed to be clear at a glance. However, the Grand Council Minister's eyes lit up and he laughed. "Lin Ling has obtained the Premier's seal." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall was shocked. Lin Ling's sword had been battered into pieces by the impact. How could he have one? No, look at those 2 swords. Finally, a powerful generation cried out in alarm, because among the scattered sword formation, there were 2 swords that struck out like lightning, as if nothing could stop them. Obviously, those 2 swords were extremely extraordinary. Most importantly, when the 2 swords shot toward Xing Xiaobao felt as if he was facing a great enemy. Just as he was about to defend and counterattack, he was shocked to find that the swords had changed. It disappeared in front of him and reappeared above his head. Then, it viciously slashed down. He saw the flaw in Xing Xiao's true god martial spirit. A sharp voice sounded out once more, causing the pupils of the surrounding generation to tremble. This was because although Xing Xiaobao's true divinity martial spirit was powerful, it had not yet matured. Thus, there was a flaw, and that flaw was the connection between Xing Xiaobao and the true divinity martial spirit. Ordinary people would not be able to see this flaw, and even true divinity powerhouses were rare. However, Lin Ling, a world king powerhouse, had actually seen through it. What a monstrous genius! But it's useless. How could a world king see through that flaw? Another person lightly said. This time, it was Luo Shathorn who spoke. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. The first sword heart bloomed, cutting through the void. There was a mysterious connection between the true divinity martial spirit and Xing Xiaobao, like an invisible thread. However, the first sword cut through the thread. Although the thread did not break, it caused Xing Xiaobao to spit out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. The second sword was the most terrifying. It was the Tyrant Song Sword, a 5th-grade immortal treasure that increased the power of primal chaos by 2 levels. A horizontal slash. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Like a thunderclap, Xing Xiaobao's true divinity martial spirit immediately scattered. As for him, he withered and spat out a mouthful of blood, powerlessly falling to his knees. However, his eyes were firmly fixed on Lin Ling. Lin Ling had seen through his flaw, and most importantly, he had the strength to cut through it. This was the first time a World King Jr. had cut through his true divinity martial spirit. What a terrifying sword! 2 levels of primal chaos. Shouldn't this appear on a true divinity powerhouse? Sword Heart. And the first sword, Sword Heart. Sword Heart. After the surrounding juniors recovered from their shock, they began to whisper amongst themselves. Lin Ling faintly smiled. He waved his right hand and the two swords flew back to him. The entire process was as light as the clouds and light as the wind, as smooth as flowing water. Superior, you've lost. Calm. A faint voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, causing the entire hall to fall silent. Even the Grand Council Minister was slightly surprised. He didn't think that in a short 3 months, Lin Ling's strength would rise again. This fellow's cultivation speed was truly at the level of a monstrous genius. Moreover, what if Lin Ling reached the true divinity realm? He couldn't help but look forward to it. All right, Xing Xiaobao, your spot will be next time. After suppressing his thoughts, the Grand Council Minister looked ahead and lightly said. This caused Xing Xiaobao's face to turn pale. He was speechless, wishing that he could find a hole to crawl into. A first generation against a second generation, and he had lost. Moreover, Lin Ling had won so easily. This was a great humiliation to him. Indeed, there are no weaklings in the world. This Lin Ling is very difficult to deal with. Many people secretly muttered, especially Luo Sha-ci. His eyes were the coldest. If it wasn't for the Grand Council Minister, he would have wanted to capture Lin Ling and dig out all of Lin Ling's secrets. As for Lei Tianlan, her eyes secretly flickered. She had heard rumors that Lin Ling possessed a time and space divine steel. Now that Lin Ling was able to defeat those at a higher level than him, could it be that the time and space divine steel was extraordinary? When she thought of this, her breathing also became heavy. All right, everyone is dismissed. Lin Ling and Lei Tianlan, follow me. Yes. Under the Grand Council Minister's command, all the geniuses left. Lin Ling also followed the Grand Council Minister into the depths. Of course, when they left, they looked at Xing Xiaobao mockingly, causing the latter's expression to become extremely gloomy. In the end, he coldly snorted and left. He obviously wouldn't let Lin Ling go. Brother Ling, Yu is proud of you. I believe that if Lord Red Jade Tiger is here, he would also be proud of you. On the other side, Lin Ling followed the Grand Council Minister. Yu held Lin Ling's hand and raised her delicate little face to look at Lin Ling. This was because she knew that if Lin Ling failed to obtain the commander's seal, it would be a great humiliation to Lord Red Jade Tiger. Fortunately, Lin Ling didn't disappoint. I was so worried about you before. Xian Yuang also held Lin Ling's hand. Although she knew that Lin Ling could defeat a first heaven true god, there was a difference between ordinary and geniuses in this realm. And the person Lin Ling had defeated earlier was a genius, someone who was even stronger than an ordinary first-level true god. It's still just a matter of skill. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. A genius true god was indeed powerful. Their strength was actually on par with him. Chapter 2597. Technique is the key to victory. A true genius doesn't rely on strength to defeat his opponent. At this moment, Lei Tianlan smiled and extended her hand. She introduced herself. I'm Lei Tianlan from Leiyin Mansion. The Leiyin Prefecture was even more ancient and powerful than the Holy King's Prefecture. This was because the Leiyin Prefecture was an ancient power that existed before the Green Prefecture was fully formed. It could be said to be one of the founding fathers of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Lin Ling. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled and extended his hand. The two of them shook hands. Then, they followed the Grand Council. Brother Ling, you're messing around again. Yu was still smiling on the surface, but she secretly transmitted her voice. Her big eyes were sparkling, and she looked extremely cute. Don't underestimate her. She's not as nice as she looks. However, Lin Ling's next words stunned Yu. Soon after, she heard Lin Ling secretly transmit his voice to her. She used some secret technique to try to see everything about me by shaking my hand. However, after I discovered her, she immediately withdrew her secret technique. She has no enmity with you, so why would she do that? Yu couldn't help but be surprised. She asked again, but Lin Ling shook his head. He also didn't know the reason. Maybe it's the space-time divine steel. At this moment, Lin Ling heard Queen Qianji's voice in his mind. Lin Ling's eyes flashed as he understood what was going on. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. It looked like after the space-time divine steel was exposed, many people were eyeing it covetously. Moreover, the enemy was in the dark while he was out in the open. He had to be careful. Moments later, Lin Ling's group stopped in their tracks. They arrived at a spacious study. This study was ancient and had a large number of bookshelves. The books placed there were all extremely ancient. Lin Ling even suspected that these books had existed since the beginning of time. This is the order of the governor. The Grand Council Minister took out a golden jade tablet from the bookcase and handed it to Lei Tianlan. Lei Tianlan immediately took it with both hands. The commander-in-chief's command post represented one's status, and one would receive a monthly salary of deity crystals from the great Azure God dynasty. Moreover, with the martial governor's token in hand, many people of the younger generation could only look up to it. This is the marshal's seal. Then, the Grand Council took out a red square seal. With this seal, Lin Ling could summon the martial god battalion. "Thank you, my lord." Lin Ling accepted them with a smile. Moreover, his 10,000 mammoths' devil eyes could see that these ancient seals and tokens were surrounded by a mysterious royal aura that could automatically protect him. This was a precious immortal artifact. Unfortunately, its degree of defense and protection was not very great, and it was more of a representation of one's identity. After talking for a while, Lei Tianlan also left, leaving the Grand Council to talk with Lin Ling. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Many ancient forces appeared when the Divine Dynasty was just born. For example, Lei Tianlan's Leiyin Manor is one of them, said the Grand Secretary. "Ancient forces that started the dynasty?" asked Yu. The Grand Council nodded with a smile. "You came from the Northland, right? Perhaps those ancient forces already existed before your hometown was born." Hearing this, even Xian Yuango was surprised. The Rainforest Holy Land had been around for countless years, but those ancient forces were even older than the Rainforest Holy Land. The current master of the Leiyin Manor was transformed from a Leiyin bamboo in the chaos of the universe. Moreover, some people from their manor entered the imperial palace to serve the nobles of the Divine Dynasty. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty is very deep. The experts above us all existed since the beginning of the world. We can't underestimate them. Their descendants were also born with golden spoons in their mouths. They are also existences that can't be provoked. Therefore, if you want to gain a firm foothold in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, you need to put in a lot of effort, unless you completely give up the peak of martial arts, said the Grand Council. Of course, he was more concerned about Lin Ling. This was because he had seen Lin Ling's battle on the military drill field and also the Pride tournament. Therefore, he was very optimistic about Lin Ling. "Thank you for your reminder." Lin Ling immediately bowed. Although this was the first time he met the Grand Council Minister, the latter didn't put on any airs. This left Lin Ling with a good impression. Break through to the World King realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't be able to move an inch in Three Ring City. The Grand Council Minister continued. Also, the Dean of your Resplendent Academy is also a Mount Tai and Big Dipper level character. If you have the chance, go and see him. At present, Lin Ling had seen the Vice Dean, but he hadn't seen the Dean. The legendary Dean gave Lin Ling an extremely mysterious feeling. However, the Grand Council Minister's words were also correct. The most important thing right now was to break through to the World King realm. If he was too weak, there were many things he couldn't do. For example, going to the Immortal Temple to find an Yuer. Without strength, he was afraid that danger would be everywhere. For instance, the 9 great heavens of Azure Province. These people hadn't provoked Lin Ling on the surface, but they were definitely eyeing him like a tiger eyeing its prey. And as Lin Ling was speaking with the Grand Council Minister, in a luxurious restaurant in Three Ring City, Sunset Brilliance was happily chatting with several powerhouses. Among them, Red Jade Tiger was also present. This was because he had received orders that Lin Ling had become a marshal of the Martial God Battalion. This left him extremely excited. The Martial God Battalion would finally have a successor. This This is the first time in the history of our resplendent academy that someone has become a marshal after just becoming a first generation. Even Vice Dean Gong had come. Today was clearly a joyous day for Lin Ling, and also a day of pride for their resplendent academy. As for the restaurant, even the waiters were world king powerhouses. But as they looked at Vice Dean Gong and the others, their hearts filled with dread. They naturally knew that these people were great figures, but for so many great figures to gather in their restaurant, this was an extremely rare sight. Moreover, they seemed to be waiting for someone. That person's face was far too great. The same thing was occurring in the streets far away from the Grand Council Hall. Many powerhouses appeared, all of them waiting for someone. That is the great general of Three Ring City's North City. He once swept through the entire southern world 1,000 realms by himself, and is known as the 1,000 Realms General. Why is he here? Don't you see? That is Saint Minor Protector, the little prince of the Holy King Mansion. He seems to be the master. Just what is going on? They are all middle true divinity powerhouses, and there are even many late true divinity powerhouses. Are they all here on Saint Minor Protector's orders? All around the streets, many people began to discuss, all of them startled. And there were also many first-generation powerhouses on the streets. They immediately understood what was happening. Saint Minor Protector had come to teach Lin Ling a lesson. In the Grand Council Hall, not only had Saint Minor Protector lost his position, but he had also been ruthlessly beaten up by Lin Ling. Saint Minor Protector would definitely not be able to swallow this. And in the Grand Council Hall, Saint Minor Protector didn't dare to act recklessly. But Three Ring City was Saint Minor Protector's world. If he used the name of his mansion to summon powerhouses, then there would definitely be many people giving him face. This Lin Ling is in for a hard time. But, since he obtained a martial seal, his background shouldn't be small at all. The Martial God Battalion has a martial seal and 6 military camps, but they still can't compare to the Holy King Mansion. Although Saint Minor Protector doesn't dare to kill Lin Ling, he will definitely make Lin Ling kneel on the streets, kowtow, and admit his wrongs. He might even drink piss and eat shit. Chapter 2598. A Show of Strength. The first generations of the various academies were in high spirits, knowing that a good show was about to happen. Even Luo Sha Thorn was watching from afar. Although Lin Ling was a good genius, he could not compare to the local tyrant, the Holy King's residence. The surrounding discussions quietly fell into Xing Xiaobao's ears, and a cold smile appeared on his face. He had indeed lost a lot of face earlier. Now that so many people were watching, he would definitely wash away this shame. Moreover, the reverence around him made him feel like his face had been lifted. He wanted the first generation to know that anyone who dared to beat him, Xing Xiaobao, would have to obediently kneel down. Men, bring me 3 tall horses. Today, if Lin Ling doesn't eat all of them, he won't be able to leave Three Ring City. He waved his cloak and shouted domineeringly, "Yes, young prince." An expert understood and brought out 3 ugly cattle and toad horses. These horses were 3 meters tall and had toad-like lumps all over their bodies. They also had 6 legs and were extremely ugly. These horses came from the southern border. Although they were not fast, their pulling force was very strong. They were used by some officials and nobles to do heavy work. Sush. The feces of the cattle, toad horses, and horses immediately emitted a stench. Although the feces of cattle, toad horses could be used to refine pills, it was still extremely smelly. Everyone looked at the domineering Xing Xiaobao and couldn't help laughing. 3 piles of feces were enough for Lin Ling to eat until he was full. This Xing Xiaobao was indeed worthy of being the tyrant of Three Ring City. He knew how to torture people. Xing Xiaobao also smiled contentedly. He arranged a chair and waited for Lin Ling to come out. At this moment, in the Grand Council Hall, the Grand Council Minister and Lin Ling walked out with smiles on their faces. "Sir, Xing Xiaobao is waiting for Lin Ling in the city. Moreover, he brought out many true Immortal realm experts. I'm afraid he wants to teach Marshal Lin Ling a lesson." A soldier immediately walked over and reported, "Audacious Xing Xiaobao." The Grand Council Minister was enraged. Even Lin Ling was extremely surprised. Xing Xiaobao? The loser from before? Xing Xiaobao is the young prince of the Holy King's residence. Although you are the marshal, the Holy King's residence is not afraid of the martial god battalion. Lin Ling, I will help you deal with this matter. I want to see if Three Ring City is Xing Xiaobao's territory. The Grand Council Minister looked at Lin Ling. The martial god battalion was one of the 6 battalions, so it wasn't the largest in Three Ring City. However, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. There's no need to trouble your excellency. I, Lin Ling, can still deal with these small fries. The Grand Council looked surprised and then laughed. Good, that's what a marshal should look like. You have the aura. Go. He nodded in satisfaction. If Lin Ling couldn't even deal with a Saint Junior Guardian, then Lin Ling would be too weak. Fortunately, Lin Ling seemed to have been a leader before, so he was able to handle this kind of thing calmly. You, go and see this so-called Xing Xiaobao. Lin Ling said goodbye and left with Yu Yu and Xian Yuange. Sir, this Lin Ling is not afraid of anything. He is. The soldier beside him said. Yes, the waters of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty are very deep. When outsiders come here, they have to be careful at every step. There aren't many who are as calm and collected as Lin Ling. This guy has seen more storms than we thought. The Grand Council Minister smiled slightly, looking forward to how Lin Ling would resolve this matter. Lin Ling walked along the Grand Council Hall and slowly came to the main street. Both sides of the street. True Immortal Realm experts. Overlords. Lin Ling is here. Someone immediately spoke up, causing those experts to cast their gazes on Lin Ling. Is that Lin Ling, the champion of the Pride Tournament? He looks good. Yes, but he is too arrogant. He looked down on everyone when he just entered Three Ring City. Now he has kicked an iron plate. He, the champion of the Pride Tournament, eating shit on the street. It will be good news. The experts were talking about it. They looked forward to it. Now, he should not be scared out of his wits. Another expert said. However, they were surprised. Lin Ling and Yu Yu walked as if they were shopping. They did not react to the oppressive atmosphere on the street. This caused many people to be inwardly shocked. Lin Ling could react so calmly. First, Lin Ling did not know that someone was going to humiliate him. Second, Lin Ling knew, but he did not care. Among the 2 points, people believed the second one more. Three Ring City is much better than other places. The street lions on both sides of the street are quite old. If they were in the rainforest, they would be good treasures, Lin Ling said as he walked. Yes, there are so many treasures here. It makes us feel like we are in an immortal city. Xian Yuange was the first to reply. Brother Ling, why don't we take those street lions home? Yu Yu suggested with a cute smile. Their conversation was not loud, but they were surrounded by experts. How could they miss their conversation? They were shocked. Not only were these 3 not afraid, but they were also planning to rob something. At the end of the street, Xing Xiaobao had already seen Lin Ling. He thought Lin Ling would walk over nervously, but Lin Ling's reaction was normal. It was as if he did not see him at all. He had waited here for so long, and this was the result? Even he felt like he was playing with a monkey at this moment. Lin Ling, get over here. Xing Xiaobao could no longer suppress his anger. His voice finally attracted Lin Ling's attention. How dare you provoke the young prince in Three Ring City? Before Xing Xiaobao could say a second word, the Thousand Realms general next to him also shouted with a monstrous aura. It was obvious that this general had also climbed out of a pile of corpses. His murderous aura was extremely strong. Along with his voice, the surrounding experts also erupted with their auras. It was like a storm, shocking the world. This was a show of strength. They wanted Lin Ling to know their power. Seeing this, Lin Ling finally looked over. Then he led Yu Yu and Xian Yuange forward. The onlookers could not help but look forward to it. A good show was about to start. Men, bring out the horses. Seeing Lin Ling coming, Xing Xiaobao shouted again. Someone laughed loudly. Then he came out with a cow, toad, and horse. The horse's nose snorted like a toad, but its voice was thunderous. What do you think after seeing this horse? At this moment, Xing Xiaobao revealed a playful smile. He seemed to be very happy. Let me tell you, you must give me 3 lumps of this horse's poop. Then, our grudge will be written off. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave Threering City. He then waved his hand at Lin Ling and said in an even more domineering manner, "Bring it up." "Yes, young prince," the expert leading the horse excitedly replied. He led the horse and swaggered towards Lin Ling. When he arrived in front of Lin Ling, he looked down at him and said, "Marshal Lin Ling, what do you think after seeing this horse? Let me tell you, the young prince knows that you've become a marshal, so he specially used this horse to celebrate your victory." Even as a servant, he was extremely arrogant at this moment. Chapter 2599. The thunder was loud, but the rain was small. What do you think? Lin Ling also looked at Nyogama with a calm expression. Meanwhile, the people who were watching the show all revealed smiles. Lin Ling wouldn't immediately swallow shit, right? However, just as they had that thought, Lin Ling leaped up and placed his palm on the saddle. The power of the divine demon exploded. Boom! The 3-meter-tall bull, frog, horse, and horse felt as if it had been crushed by Mount Tai. It was directly pressed to the ground by a single palm. Soon after, the horse's body exploded, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. It had been killed by Lin Ling with a single palm strike. Even the street was smashed into a huge crater. This action was undoubtedly domineering and spread far and wide, shaking the entire 3-ring city. For a moment, the street was silent. Everyone was shocked by Lin Ling's tyrannical actions. It must be known that the ox, toad, and horse were like giant beasts in the 10,000 worlds. But now, they were smashed into meat paste. It was impossible not to be shocked. "Lin Ling, how dare you?" Sheng Xiaobao was also stunned. Then, his face turned red with anger. Wasn't Lin Ling supposed to eat shit? He was actually so arrogant. "You want to die? Is that horse a military horse? You actually dared to kill a horse on the street? Who gave you the guts?" Next to Sheng Xiaobao, the Thousand Realms general also let out a thunderous roar. His majesty was extremely strong. "Men, pull out 10 big horses for me. If he doesn't eat them all, I won't let him go today." The general shouted angrily again. "Why are you shouting so loudly? Is it to prove your existence? Where did this little soldier come from? Who gave you the right to offend your superiors?" Seeing this, Lin Ling also took a step forward, his expression extremely cold. "You're just a junior. I'd like to see where you get the arrogance to speak." The general was also enraged. He led the experts behind him and stepped forward. "Let me tell you, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes today, you will still obediently eat shit. Is that so? General of the 1,000 Realms, we haven't seen each other for 3 years, but you seem to think that you're the Lord of 3-ring City." However, as soon as he finished speaking, an indifferent voice sounded out, and a middle-aged man in embroidered clothes walked over with large strides. His aura was unfathomable, and every single move he made carried the aura of royalty. "Eighth Lord." The general's expression changed violently when he saw this. He had to look up to such a figure. "Let me tell you, Lin Ling is the guest I've been waiting for today. If you dare to attack my guest, you must be tired of living." However, Lord Eighth's next words made the general's face turn pale. This sentence was clearly saying that Lord Eighth was supporting Lin Ling. Lord Eighth was an ambitious and ruthless person in 4-ring City. He could not afford to offend him. "You're called Xing Xiaobao, right? San Juan City seems to have become your backyard." At this time, another voice came, causing Saint Xiaobao to look over. He immediately asked, "Who are you?" The person who came was an old man. He had a benevolent look on his face, but he had the aura of a divine king. "I am Resplendent Academy's Vice Principal Gong." The old man said indifferently, "Don't think that just because San Juan City belongs to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, my Resplendent Academy is not qualified to speak here. Let me tell you, if you dare to touch a hair on Lin Ling's head, your Holy King's mansion is equivalent to opposing the Resplendent Academy." Plup. Saint Xiaobao's face turned pale as he fell to the ground in fright. He had long known that Lin Ling was a genius of the Resplendent Academy, but never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the vice principal would personally come for Lin Ling. This was the first time in the Resplendent Academy's long history that such a thing had happened. Vice Principal Gong is also here? Where did this Lin Ling get his strength from? The people who were watching a good show also opened their mouths wide at this moment. Lin Ling was just a newcomer, but he had two ancient supremes backing him up. This was too terrifying. We've been waiting for Lin Ling for the whole morning. I was wondering why Lin Ling hadn't come yet. So it's because trash like you stopped him. However, the crowd's shock did not end there. Another angry voice was heard. This time, it was Sunset Brilliance. Although this person was not from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, he was the owner of Fortune Manor. Your Holy King's mansion is not allowed to enter my Fortune Manor for 3 years. Most importantly, there was a middle-aged man beside Sunset Brilliance. He had a noble aura, but there was no anger between his brows. Ram King, the real owner of Fortune Manor. Seeing the middle-aged man, everyone was shocked at this moment. That was because Fortune Manor had two owners. One was the vice principal, and the other was the vice principal. The vice principal was Sunset Brilliance. He was in charge of contacting the other Fortune Manor in 9 prefectures, but the vice principal was in charge of Qing Prefecture's Fortune Manor. It was said that this senior had even met the Emperor of Myriad Realms of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. And now, these two huge figures who were in charge of wealth had also come. Moreover, they came for Lin Ling again. Today, Lin Ling just moved his feet and San Juan City was in turmoil. However, was it over just like that? Good, Xing Xiaobao, you have guts. If you have the ability, don't leave San Juan City. Otherwise, my martial god battalion will surround you for 3 years. The majestic voice could be said to be continuous like thunder. Another expert had arrived. It was the marshal of the martial god battalion. Although the soldiers of the martial god battalion were not allowed to enter San Juan City, if they were angered, they would surround the city. As long as Xing Xiaobao dared to leave the city, the martial god battalion's army would come bearing down on him. Thump, thump, thump. The continuous sounds made Xing Xiaobao's heart beat faster and faster. He had ordered the experts to surround Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling was not weaker than him in terms of numbers and power? Lin Ling had even turned the tables on him. As for the experts brought by Xing Xiaobao, their faces were pale at this moment. The corners of their mouths were trembling. Some of the weaker experts had even fainted. The Great Azure Divine Dynasty had a strict status. At this moment, they had offended their superiors. If they were beheaded in public, it would be a common occurrence. At this moment, Lin Ling had already stepped forward and arrived in front of Xing Xiaobao, looking down at him. Xing Xiaobao, you brought such a big scene to bully me. Why aren't you saying anything now? His voice drifted out, causing Xing Xiaobao to raise his head. His eyes were red as if his lungs were about to explode from anger. Unfortunately, he could only be angry and not dare to say anything. The thunder is loud but the rain is small. I, Lin Ling, have been waiting for you to make things difficult for me. You better not disappoint me. Lin Ling said again. Xing Xiaobao immediately went silent. The surrounding onlookers sighed. They had caused such a commotion before, but in the end, this was the outcome. It was indeed loud thunder, but little rain. Lin Ling lightly said, I know you want to take me down a notch to prove how powerful a superior like you is. I don't care about this, but I do care about one thing. You're disturbing me from going shopping with my wife. Going shopping? The crowd was astonished. This Lin Ling was truly domineering. With so many people surrounding him, he was still in the mood to go shopping. Meanwhile, Lin Ling squatted down and patted Xing Xiaobao's cheek with disdain. Today, I just obtained the marshal's seal and am in a good mood, so I'll spare your dog life. Chapter 2600. A Secret Letter. However, just as he was about to rejoice, Lin Ling said again, I can spare your lives, but each of you has to eat 3 lumps of the horse feces. You can leave when you finish them. What? Xing Xiaobao raised his head in shock. Oh, you think it's too little? Fine, then you have to eat 5 lumps. Lin Ling smiled. 1 lump of the horse feces was enough for 3 burly men to eat, let alone 5 lumps. You're courting death. Xing Xiaobao trembled in anger. The more he shouted, the angrier Lin Ling became. You think it's too little again? Fine, then give me 10 lumps. Hearing this, Xing Xiaobao was stunned. The Thousand Realms general behind him said bitterly, Xiaobao, please don't speak anymore, okay? If Xing Xiaobao spoke again, Lin Ling might ask them to eat 100 lumps. That would be worse than killing them. Plop. Xing Xiaobao was stunned as if he was struck by lightning. Then he fainted. Lin Ling smiled coldly and ignored him. He turned around and walked toward Luri Yao and the others. Each of you has to eat 10 lumps. If you don't finish them, you'll have to bear the consequences. Luri Yao and the others said coldly. The Thousand Realms general and the others shuddered. They cursed Xing Xiaobao in their hearts for provoking such a big shot. Now they had no choice but to eat. Looking at the giant toad-like horse, the bitter smiles on their faces became even more intense. Some of them had not even started eating feces, but he had already vomited from fright. Without any suspense, a lot of mocking laughter came from the surroundings. Xing Xiaobao had smashed his own foot with a rock. As for Lin Ling, he left with Luo Riyao and the others and headed towards the inn. As expected, this Lin Ling has many experts supporting him. Among the crowd, Luo Shaxi's eyes stared coldly at Lin Ling's back. There was a cold glint in his eyes. In fact, today's events were all part of his plan. He wanted to find out the power behind Lin Ling through Xing Xiaobao, and now he finally found out. This meant that it would be very difficult for him to touch Lin Ling. This made him feel very uncomfortable in his heart. After all, in terms of strength, even 100 Lin Lings wouldn't be his opponent. However, such a weak Lin Ling made him unable to attack. I'll find his weakness one day. Luo Shathorn thought to himself. Killing Lin Ling was a small matter. The space-time divine steel in Lin Ling's possession was what he valued the most. As for the distant Grand Council Hall, the Grand Council Minister seemed to know about the situation on the street. He couldn't help but smile. No wonder why this Lin Ling is so confident. So he already knew that many big shots were waiting for him. This Xing Xiaobao is courting death. In fact, his guess was right. Lin Ling wasn't afraid before because Luo Riyao and the others were waiting for him. At this moment, in the restaurant, a group of experts were congratulating Lin Ling. Lin Ling picked up his wine cup and said to the experts, "Thank you for your help before." "It's nothing. Hee, although this holy king's mansion has some ability, we old monsters aren't to be trifled with." Luo Riyao and the other experts laughed one after another. If they supported Lin Ling alone, they would hesitate for a moment. However, it wasn't just the vice principal, but also the Eighth Lord, Fu Xing Manor, and other forces. Therefore, they naturally wouldn't miss out on this favor. Lin Ling also knew that these ancient experts only valued his potential. If his potential was ordinary, these experts wouldn't have shown up before. Even so, Lin Ling was still grateful to them. Of course, through the incident with Xing Xiaobao, Lin Ling was also more familiar with the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. This ancient divine dynasty was indeed full of experts. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had also been to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, but he didn't enter it, so he wasn't familiar with it. However, in the past, Li Xiaoyao knew that the current divine emperor of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty was extremely powerful. Even Li Xiaoyao felt inferior. Every emperor of the 9 states was born to seize the lives of the people around the world. As for whether there were more powerful experts above the 9 states, Li Xiaoyao didn't know. Of course, in this life, Lin Ling would definitely find out the secret. After a while, everyone became familiar with each other. At this time, a waiter walked into the private room and bowed. "May I ask who is Lord Lin Ling? Here is a letter from him." Seeing this, everyone was puzzled. Lin Ling had just entered San Juan City, and the people he knew were also present. So, who would send a letter to Lin Ling? Even Lin Ling was slightly surprised. He said lightly, "I am Lin Ling." The waiter hurriedly handed over the letter in fear. Crimson Moon Straight Shadow Feather. Seeing the black letter, Lin Ling was shocked. The others were also slightly surprised. This is a secret letter. The Crimson Moon Straight Shadow Feather was the feather of the Crimson Moon Straight Shadow Divine Eagle. If it was forged with a barrier, it had the power to block all detection. Only the owner of the letter could see the words in the letter. And the other party sent such a letter, obviously, they didn't want others to know the secret in the letter. Vice Principal Gong, I heard that this restaurant has immortal songs and dances. I have heard of it for a long time. Why don't you accompany me to have a look? Luo Riyao was indeed a smart person. He immediately suggested. The group of experts also reacted and immediately left with smiles, leaving Lin Ling space to slowly read the letter. Since the letter was a secret letter, they naturally didn't want to poke their nose into other people's business. After everyone left, Lin Ling's face also became serious. Brother Ling, who sent you the letter? Yu Yu and Xian Yuange were not outsiders, so they stayed in the private room. Lin Ling shook his head, and the boundary energy appeared in his hand. The letter was immediately burned, and then a big word appeared in the sky. Junior brother Lin Ling, since we parted in the past, I was very curious about your battle, so I want to talk about martial arts with you. Please come to the Huaji Pavilion. I will serve you good wine and wait for you. Of course, if you don't have time, you can ask your sister-in-law to come. My Huaji Pavilion has the universal peony, and my sister-in-law will like it very much. The voice was extremely soft as the big word floated out. Signed, Lei Tianlan. It's her. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes suddenly lit up, and Yu Yu and the others were also shocked. Lei Tianlan and Lin Ling had only met once. Why did she invite Lin Ling? Brother Ling, you said that Lei Tianlan seemed to be hostile, and she came from Sihuan City. Even the Grand Council was a little afraid of her, so you'd better not get involved with this kind of person. Yu Yu said worriedly. However, Lin Ling shook his head. She didn't give me any other choice. In the letter, she said that if I don't have time, you can go. This is a secret threat. Obviously, Lei Tianlan was very shrewd. She knew that Lin Ling might not come, so she used Yu Yu and the others to threaten him. At the end of the letter, she said that her sister-in-law should come. And her sister-in-law was obviously Yu Yu and the others. But this is a Hongmen banquet. Xian Yuange frowned and said. Chapter 2601. Meet Lei Tianlan. I'll make a move first. Don't tell anyone about this envelope. After pondering for a while, Lin Ling stood up and said. He knew that Lei Tianlan must have thought it through thoroughly. She did not want him to inform Luo Griyao and the others. Moreover, informing Luo Griyao and the others might not even work. Lei Tianlan represented the Leiyin manner, not her personal influence. She was not as influential as Luo Shadi and the others. Brother Ling will go with you. Yu Yu and Xian Yuange both stood up, their beautiful eyes filled with determination. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling's heart warmed. In a place like the martial god world, people were fickle and fickle. The only people who could make him open his heart and trust them were Yu Yu and the others. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Just wait for me in the Yulin market. I promise you that I'll be back. Lin Ling took a step forward and hugged Yu Yu and the others. Moreover, his hands were not well behaved. He rubbed the two beautiful wives until they were gasping for breath and their cheeks were flushed red. Lin Ling, you're so bad. Xian Yuange's voice sounded like it could drip water. Ha! Lin Ling smiled in a carefree manner before turning around and leaving. The reason why he wasn't being honest was because he didn't want Yu Yu and the others to be too nervous. Seeing Lin Ling once again embark on his journey, Yu Yu and the others were moved. They knew that if it weren't for the two of them, Lin Ling definitely wouldn't have gone to the feast of Hongmen. And Lin Ling was such a person. He could be the enemy of the entire world, and he could also ignore the lives of the people in the world. However, he was extremely concerned about the people around him. He wouldn't hesitate to climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of fire. The purpose of this trip was the Flower Princess Pavilion. As for what would happen next, Lin Ling had no idea. Along the way, Lin Ling discovered that Three Ring City was very big. It was like a divine dragon sitting on the earth. There were mountains and rivers. It could be said to be a world of its own. The Flower Princess Pavilion was quite famous in the Three Ring City. It was actually located at the edge of a cliff. After asking the passers-by, Lin Ling also walked in that direction. Not long after, a misty mountain range appeared in front of him. The bottom of the mountain range was like a big city. It was bustling with noise and excitement, and all kinds of stalls selling treasures could be seen everywhere. The Flower Princess Pavilion looked like a pavilion, but in fact, it could also be called a palace. Looking at the winding steps made of white jade, Lin Ling pondered for a moment and then strode up. He wanted to see what Lei Tianlan was up to. At this moment, the Flower Concubine Pavilion was like a sea of flowers. There were all kinds of flowers from all over the universe, and there were more than 1 billion varieties. That was how powerful Lei Tianlan was. Do you think he'll come? In a bamboo pavilion, a woman in a red dress walked out with her bare feet on the soft grass. She picked a bright flower in the garden and sniffed it. Unless he can give up on the people around him, or if he's so stupid that he can't understand the meaning of our letter, he'll definitely come. An old voice rang out in the garden, causing the flowers to wither. Granny, what do you think of Lin Ling? I don't have any opinion of him. Although he has Luo Riyao and the others behind him, that's all there is to it. I'm curious about his space-time divine tablet. If he comes this time, we'll definitely seize the space-time divine tablet. I heard that the Sovereign Marquis and other powerhouses are also eyeing that treasure covetously. The sound of conversation continued to ring out in the garden. At this moment, someone's voice rang out from outside, "Young Miss, Lin Ling is here." As soon as this was said, Lei Tianlan's beautiful eyes lit up, and she revealed an indescribably beautiful smile. I didn't expect him to really dare to come. My evaluation of him has improved again. Forget it, I'll give him a chance. Welcome the guest. Lei Tianlan waved her hand, and a red light floated out, covering her seductive body and forming a set of fiery red armor. This armor could freely change its size and was hidden in a person's body. Obviously, it was a precious immortal treasure. In the flower pavilion, celestial music floated in the air, and fragrance filled the air. A palace maid wearing cicada wings came out to welcome them. Lin Ling also stepped into the palace. What entered his eyes was a beautiful garden. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and at the edge of the garden were white clouds floating. This garden was actually at the edge of a cliff, and the cliff was filled with a mysterious aura. Lin Ling quietly used his soul power to investigate, but he found that the cliff was bottomless. One had to know that Lin Ling's current soul power could cover an entire world, but he couldn't see the bottom of the cliff. This three-ring city was really a place of unfathomable depths. In the garden, a palace maid put down fine wine, then smiled at Lin Ling and left. A woman in a fiery red robe stood among the flowers, like a peony flower, quietly standing there, giving people the feeling that she was a queen. She was naturally Lei Tianlan. Lin Ling couldn't help but be stunned. He didn't have much contact with Lei Tianlan, but this time, Lei Tianlan gave him a completely different feeling. Although Lei Tianlan wasn't very beautiful, she was like a domineering flower, intellectual and enchanting, like a female emperor. Lin Ling had met a lot of women in his life. In terms of heroic aura, no one could be better than Lei Tianlan. She even reminded Lin Ling of the story of Hua Mulan in his previous world. Marshal Lin Ling, welcome. Lei Tianlan's temperament was very calm. She smiled and asked Lin Ling to sit down. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled faintly and sat down. I've heard of Marshal Lin Ling's fame long ago. You're young, but you're the fastest cultivating monster in the Resplendent Academy and the youngest marshal in the 6 camps. There are also many experts behind you. You're a hero from a young age. Lei Tianlan also sat down, holding a wine glass, and said slowly, "You flatter me, it's just an undeserved reputation." Lin Ling was secretly shocked. Lei Tianlan was so familiar with him. You've cultivated some kind of cultivation technique. According to my guess, there are no more than 10 people in the first level of True God Realm who can defeat you. With your strength, you can definitely enter the Heavenly Transcendence ranking. Unfortunately, your realm hasn't reached the True God Realm. You're really a freak. Lei Tianlan continued to say, Senior Sister Tianlan, you didn't invite me here just to treat me to a drink, right? The more familiar Lei Tianlan was with him, the more Lin Ling felt that this woman was terrifying. In his life, he had encountered countless opponents. Some of them were shrewd and had a knife hidden in their smiles. Some of them were arrogant and direct, and they used force to sweep everything. Lei Tunlan was the enemy between the two. She was shrewd, but she was also arrogant and direct. She was hostile to Lin Ling, but she could talk to him like a friend. This was also the sign of an emperor. "Ha, Marshal Lin Ling, I see that you didn't touch a drop of wine. Are you afraid that the wine is poisoned? Or are you afraid that sister-in-law will blame you for coming out to drink wine?" Lei Tianlan didn't answer Lin Ling's question. Instead, she smiled and said, at this moment she was like a woman, giving people a sense of charm. "My wife never cares about what I do. As for the wine being poisoned, as long as it's wine, there's no wine that I, Lin Ling, don't dare to drink." Lin Ling smiled and picked up the wineglass to drink. He also knew that if Lei Tianlan really wanted to hurt him, she would never poison the wine, because it was unnecessary. Chapter 2602. Carouse. This is the 100 Immortals wine of the universe, brewed with 100 kinds of immortal flowers. Some immortal flowers grow in the void of the universe, which is hard to come by. Therefore, this wine is very good for warriors. However, there is one condition. You must be at the true immortal realm to drink this wine. Lei Tianlan also took a sip of the wine, her long hair fluttering in the wind. "I don't think the great Marshal Lin Ling will be burned to death by wine." Her last sentence was filled with boundless domineering aura. At this time, Lin Ling's eyes had already turned red. Although this wine was precious, it could only be drunk by a true divinity realm martial artist. If a world king realm martial artist were to drink this wine, it would be extremely dangerous. This should be a test. Although I, Lin Ling, have a cheap life and can't compare to the upper-class people of Qingzhou, a rotten ship still has 3 caddies of nails. Drinking wine is not enough to kill me. Lin Ling smiled faintly. Lei Tianlan's eyes flickered, but she also knew that Lin Ling must be enduring the burning immortal wine. And that was indeed the case. "Lin Ling, do you need my help?" At the same time, Queen Qianji's voice appeared in Lin Ling's mind. "No need. This wine is also a double-edged sword. If it can't burn me, Lin Ling, to death, then I'll use this opportunity to advance to the next level." Lin Ling replied, gritting his teeth. He looked at the wine on the table, picked it up abruptly, and drank it again. At this moment, Lei Tianlan's face turned serious. This Lin Ling was crazy. Although this wine was precious, the way Lin Ling drank it, even true god realms did not dare. To carouse, what is life like? For example, the morning dew, the passing of days is bitter. It is clear as the moon, when will it fade away? Worry came from within and could not be cut off. As the hot wine entered his throat, Lin Ling's heroic voice floated out at the same time. In reality, his dantian was already burning. His realm spirit was roaring. However, Lin Ling's arrogant attitude undoubtedly made Lei Tianlan think more highly of him. However, Lei Tianlan did not think that Lin Ling, who was only a world king, would be safe and sound. Sure enough, Lin Ling's mouth began to bleed. The wine was a double-edged sword. If it couldn't be refined, then it would be poisonous. Is that all? Lei Tianlan's eyebrows furrowed. At one point, she almost made a move. "Don't be anxious, wait." But at this moment, a voice rose in her heart, calming her down. Sure enough, after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the terrifying power on Lin Ling's body was withdrawn. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was still calmly drinking his wine, his face as calm as an ancient well. And most importantly, he had stepped into the peak world king realm. Realm, spirit god realm. Universe 100 Immortals wine. Even an immortal would be burned to death if they drank it, let alone a mere world king. This boy is truly fierce. Seeing this, Lei Tianlan cried out in alarm. At the very least, if she was at the world king realm, she absolutely wouldn't be able to endure this wine. She even believed that there were not many people in the world king realm who dared to drink this wine in the world realm. At this moment, Lei Tianlan paid more attention to Lin Ling. She knew that this was a strong man who had not yet risen. His potential was infinite. It was no wonder that those ancient powerhouses valued Lin Ling. "Marshal Lin Ling, I don't know what you think about the future." Putting away her thoughts, Lei Tianlan smiled and said. However, Lin Ling was already drunk. Lei Tianlan, if you have something to say, just say it. Lin Ling's long hair was also dancing wildly. With the help of alcohol, his aura was like a sword. When his eyes fell on Lei Tianlan, it made her heart roar. What a sharp gaze. She clearly felt that Lin Ling was different. He was like an emperor who ruled the world. Although this was the effect of the wine, it was also Lin Ling's hidden pride. As expected of Marshal Lin Ling, you are straightforward. Then I will go straight to the point. I invited you here today because I want you to join my Lei Yin manor. Lei Tianlan said. In fact, when she asked Lin Ling to drink, it was to test Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Ling's aura, she thought of recruiting Lin Ling. Condition. Lin Ling said indifferently. If you work for my Lei Yin manor for the rest of your life, I will make you a man above the rest and stand tall in Qingzhou. Lei Tianlan said, of course, if you become a member of my Lei Yin manor, you can't hide anything from us. You mean if I have any secrets, I can't hide them from Lei Yin manor, right? Lin Ling's eyes widened. Lei Tianlan nodded. This may be your only choice. Pa choice? Lin Ling, started from nothing and became the second generation of the martial god world. Do you think threats will work on me? My choice in life is based on myself, not on what others have given me. Lin Ling laughed and stood up suddenly. Lei Tianlan squinted her eyes. Marshal Lin Ling, you have to think carefully. Originally, she would not give Lin Ling any choice today. However, because of Lin Ling's previous achievements, she was moved and gave Lin Ling a chance to join the Lei Yin manor. Now, Lin Ling had rejected her. Of course, the consequences of rejecting her were obvious. Senior Sister Sky Orchid, I'll take my leave now. Thank you for the wine. Lin Ling sneered and left the seat. Lei Tianlan's face became gloomier. Being rejected was not a good feeling. Moreover, although she looked like a woman, her heart was overbearing. She had always been the one to control everything. However, Lin Ling, a junior in the World King realm, was even more overbearing than her. He was more like an emperor in front of her. The wine is not cold yet. Marshal Lin Ling, please stay for a while. Lei Tianlan's voice became cold. She stretched out her hand and flower petals formed a huge vortex that surged towards Lin Ling. Moreover, the petal vortex was filled with thunderous sounds. Her cultivation was at the second level of True God realm, but her talent was not weak. Before the petals could get close to Lin Ling, a divine light spread out from Lin Ling's body to protect him. However, it was useless. Shura Sword Array. However, Lin Ling had already guessed it. He continued to walk forward and the ancient sword behind him flew out. The black sword pierced through the sky. Shio. Shio. 81 Shura swords shot out. The sword heart and chaotic energy collided with the petal vortex. Flame coffin. Lin Ling shouted again. He had drunk strong wine before, and now he could use this battle to refine the wine. Bang. Colorful flames soared into the sky. The flame coffin descended. Moreover, the flame coffin today was different. The mysterious coffin constantly trembled, as if some demon god was about to awaken. So powerful! Although this was not the first time Lei Tianlan had seen Lin Ling fight, it was the first time she faced him. This made her realize how terrifying Lin Ling was. This fellow was like a flame demon and a sword demon. He was not weak at all. If you had reached the True God realm, Lei Tianlan, I am confident that I would not be your opponent. But you are only at the World King realm. Lei Tianlan also stood up. Petals began to rain down from the sky, forming a storm that danced above the palace. Mysterious bamboos also appeared. Each bamboo was connected to the sound of thunder. Put, put. Chapter 2603. Go eat shit. What happened at the Flower Princess Pavilion? What a terrifying power. I've heard that the owner of the Flower Bee Pavilion has a powerful background. How dare someone behave so atrociously in the Flower Bee Pavilion? Qing Province is really full of strange things. At the foot of the Flowerjack Pavilion mountain range, many warriors exclaimed. To carouse, life is short. Right at this moment, a furious shout resounded through the sky. Rumble. The 81 swords were accompanied by flames and surging willpower. They swept toward Lei Tunlun, causing the surrounding thunder bamboo to sway. I'm a second-level true god realm. This Linling is actually giving me tremendous pressure. Lei Tunlun was more and more surprised. She knew that if she couldn't recruit Linling, such a formidable opponent, she must destroy him. Arrogant Junior, scram. Just as Lei Tianlan was about to make a move, a thunderbolt came down from the sky. It was as if the universal divine thunder had struck the 81 swords and sent them flying. Furthermore, the lightning condensed and formed the figure of an old woman. Grandma, this brat has gone too far. I can deal with him. Seeing this, Lei Tianlan frowned and complained. She had known that the old woman was hiding around. Let's end this quickly so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. The old woman naturally knew that Lei Tianlan could win, but Linling was not a pushover. She would not be able to take him down without some time. That was why the old woman had personally taken action. Ignorant brat, can you still be so arrogant in front of me? Then, the old woman stared at Linling as if she was staring at a slave. Old woman, who the fuck are you? Linling was overwhelmed by the immortal wine. At this moment, his domineering aura was magnificent. Moreover, Lei Tunlan had snatched his things and openly provoked him. Therefore, he proudly pointed his sword at the old woman. The old woman was stunned. There was actually someone in Three Ring City who called her an old woman? Even in Sihuan City, no one dared to scold her like that. Junior, do you know who I am? The old woman flew into a rage. Or you, go ask your mother. I have no interest in knowing, old hag. Linling roared like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. You're courting death. The old woman was so angry that she almost revealed her true form. Her old hand that was like firewood grabbed out, and her 5 fingers turned into lightning. It was so terrifying. This old woman was the current lord of the Thunder Manor and was formed from the Thunder Bamboo. She had been around for countless years. In her mind, she would definitely be able to capture Linling easily. After that, she would naturally torture Linling properly. However, as the giant lightning hand got closer and closer to Linling, a frightening spider web shot out and actually wrapped around the giant lightning hand. Although it could not affect its power, it was clearly enough to disgust the old woman. Old woman, you said I was looking for death, but I'm still alive and well. Shouldn't you go and eat the shit of cows, toads, and horses? The anger in Linling's heart grew stronger and stronger. Even the wine he drank before was burning up. Almost at the same time, a shadow appeared beside Linling. It was Queen Shenji. Sure enough, he has a secret. Seeing this, Lei Tianlan's face became solemn. Her grandmother had personally taken action, but she still failed to capture Linling instantly. This Linling should be proud of himself. Moreover, she saw that her noble grandmother was about to explode from anger because of Linling's curses and words. In fact, if she were in Lei Tianlan's shoes, she would not be in a good mood either. He was obviously a weak junior, but he was extremely difficult to deal with. Moreover, he kept calling her an old hag without any etiquette. Great, you actually have a bitch. Then let's die together. The old woman was so angry that she laughed. She had been in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty for many years. When she met the Empress Dowager, the experts she met were all respectful to her. Therefore, she could not help but laugh at this moment. Bitch? I think you are the bitch. Your whole family are bitches, including that Lei Tianlan. You are just the incarnations of bamboo. Instead of being a bamboo or a bamboo stool, you came to provoke me, Linling. It seems that you are tired of being bamboo. However, the old woman was so angry that she laughed. Linling was also laughing. Lei Tianlan was enraged by his vicious words. However, before they could speak, Linling's voice was heard again. I know that you want the space-time divine steel. Since you want it so much, I will give it to you. Following Linling's roar, a huge stone tablet appeared in the sky and smashed down with a loud crash. That majestic scene caused the old woman to be dumbstruck. This is the space-time divine steel. Soon, the old woman became excited. Based on the aura, she knew that the divine steel was extraordinary. And such an ancient treasure was going to belong to her today? Thinking of this, she became even more excited. She was even afraid that the appearance of the space-time divine steel would attract the attention of the powerhouses in Three-Ring City and compete with her for the treasure. Lei Tianlan was also stunned, but she was much calmer. "Grandma, be careful." As soon as she finished speaking, the space-time divine steel was already in sight. Its terrifying aura was about to destroy the entire flowerbed pavilion. At this moment, the old woman finally recovered from her excitement. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's angry voice was heard. "You want the space-time divine steel? Go eat shit." Boom. However, before she could react, the space-time divine steel had already crashed down. Boom, boom, boom. The entire flowerbed pavilion was turned into dust. The rumbling sound almost spread throughout Three-Ring City. No one expected Lin Ling's desperate attack to be so terrifying. "Lin Ling, how do you feel?" "Yes." Amidst the dust, Queen Qianji supported Lin Ling and asked, "The immortal wine is still burning my boundary spirit and attacking my mind and soul. It won't be long before I fall into a deep sleep." Lin Ling forced himself to calm down. He said anxiously, "Let's leave this place immediately. With the space-time divine steel's power, the old woman can still stop it." "Where should we go?" Queen Qianji frowned and asked. This was also a huge problem. In Three-Ring City, Lin Ling could not fly even if he had wings. Moreover, once the space-time divine steel appeared, many powerhouses might be eyeing it covetously. They might take advantage of Lin Ling's weakened state to kill Lin Ling and steal the treasure. The cliff. But soon, Lin Ling's eyes lit up as he looked at the edge of the flowerbed pavilion. One should know that the cliff was extremely mysterious. When Lin Ling first arrived, he scanned the cliff with his soul power. However, he could not see the bottom of the cliff. Perhaps there was a way out. While he was talking, Lin Ling was shocked to see the space-time divine steel slowly rising into the air. Under the steel, the old woman was holding the space-time divine steel with both hands. This old woman. Lin Ling had to admit defeat. "Let's go." Time was running out. With Queen Qianji's help, Lin Ling shot towards the cliff. "Pond, they are escaping. Stop them." The old woman, who was holding the tablet, couldn't help but yell in anger when she saw Lin Ling's actions. "Where do you think you are going?" Lei Tianlan was not injured because the old woman was holding the space-time divine steel. She turned into a bolt of lightning and shot towards Lin Ling. "A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. The old woman is a bitch and the young one is a bitch too." Chapter 2604. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Woo! Lei Tianlan couldn't resist the terrible spider web with the power of chaos. She was immediately tied up tightly, and even her mouth was sealed. If not for the fact that they were in a hurry, Qianji would have killed her already. Thunder Echo Manor, today's grudge has been settled. If I, Lin Ling, do not die, then your Thunder Echo Manor will disappear from this world. I, Lin Ling, hereby swear. Both the old woman and Lei Tianlan heard Lin Ling's indifferent voice. At that moment, they felt a chill in their hearts. Blood oath. This was a blood oath made with the martial arts heart of a martial artist. If Lin Ling could not complete it, then his martial path would collapse. This also meant that Lin Ling and the Thunder Mansion would not rest until one of them was dead. Before they could react, Lin Ling and Queen Qianji had already jumped off the cliff. At the same time, the space-time divine steel in the sky also instantly disappeared. It turned into a ray of light and followed closely behind Lin Ling. "Junior, where are you going?" When had the old woman ever suffered such a great loss? She chased after Lin Ling, but when she reached the edge of the cliff, she stopped abruptly. Because she was very clear about the taboo below the cliff. In Qingzhou, there were many taboo places that even she did not dare to enter. The cliff in Sanhuan City was one of them. According to legend, it was a secret of the great Qing divine dynasty that the bottom of the cliff led to the 10,000 hells. However, it was undeniable that those who fell off the cliff would definitely die. Back then, there was also a fierce battle in Qing state. There were ancient experts who wanted to overthrow the divine dynasty, but the current emperor appeared and captured all the experts alive. He then threw them into the 10,000 prison. At that time, because it was overcrowded, some people were thrown into the prison from the cliff. The old woman still remembered this memory to this day. Bastard! When she thought of this, the old woman immediately roared towards the sky. Lin Ling's death was a small matter, but she had missed the opportunity to obtain the divine steel of time and space. As for Lei Tianlan, she was also stunned. Her eyes were full of resentment, and when she thought of the blood oath Lin Ling made before he died, she shuddered. With Lin Ling's talent, if he did not die, the Thunder Sound Manor would have a powerful enemy. Of course, she also knew that it was taboo, so she still thought that Lin Ling would definitely die. This is clearly the first time this junior has come here. How does he know about the taboo? The old woman cursed angrily. If Lin Ling had fled in any other direction, he would never have been able to escape from the old woman's clutches. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would jump off the cliff, leaving her helpless? Today, it could be said that she had gone for wool and come home shorn. What happened? At this moment, an anxious voice sounded. In the sky, a powerhouse walked over. He was the sovereign Marquis. He had sensed the aura of the divine steel of time and space, so he had immediately rushed over. In addition, powerhouses were also arriving in Three Ring City one after another, causing the old woman's expression to turn even uglier. She did not expect that a mere Lin Ling would cause such a commotion in Three Ring City. This was also the reason why she wanted to end the battle quickly. Unfortunately, she did not get her wish in the end. Lin Ling wanted to humiliate my granddaughter, so I killed him on the spot. The old woman said indifferently as she looked at the sky. What? Lin Ling is dead? He humiliated your granddaughter? If I remember correctly, his strength is only at the World King realm. The powerhouses all frowned and voiced their doubts. They felt that this was impossible. If I say so, then so be it. The old woman shouted, causing all the powerhouses to fall silent. Do you have evidence? However, there were still powerhouses who were not afraid of the old woman. At this moment, they flew over from afar. There were quite a few of them, and they were Vice President Gong and the others. My granddaughter is the evidence. Do you see? She is still tied up. If I did not come quickly, that bastard would have gotten away with it. The old woman's expression was still cold. Although everyone knew that she was lying through her teeth, she came from Four Ring City. She was not someone they could easily provoke. Nonsense. However, there was still someone who dared to scold the old woman. It was Marshal Jianghu. Do I need to spout nonsense? Also, don't point at me. Otherwise, I will cut off all your fingers. The old woman's aura became even more terrifying and domineering. We will investigate this matter. If it is not as you say, the Thunder Sound Manor will have to give the Resplendent Academy an explanation. Vice President Gong pulled Jianghu back and said with a serious face. He naturally did not believe the old woman's words. However, without evidence, he could not do anything for the time being. After all, the old woman was someone who could invite the Empress Dowager. Let's go. Vice President Gong then led the crowd away. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice and the others also left with cold expressions. However, they were puzzled. Was Lin Ling really dead? Could it be that the lord that was transformed from Lei Zhu had obtained the space-time divine steel? However, it did not seem like it. If the old woman had obtained the space-time divine steel, she should not have been angry. Moreover, the old woman's anger was not an act. It was as if her 18 generations of ancestors had been killed. She was truly angry. Lin Ling is not a pushover. I believe that he is not dead. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice muttered to himself. Of course, Vice President Gong and the others also thought so. However, everything now depended on the passage of time. That night, Three Ring City was in an uproar. Even Two Ring City and One Ring City were in the same state. Rumors spread throughout the three great academies. Humiliating senior sister Tanlan? This Lin Ling thinks that he is a genius. It is his first time in Three Ring City and he is already so arrogant. He is really a frog in a well. The great Azure Divine Dynasty is full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. With his talent and strength, he can only be arrogant in the second generation. Interesting. This is really interesting. After learning about Lin Ling, many people were waiting to watch a good show. They were waiting to see what would happen. Lin Ling is so bold. He actually dared to touch my fiancée. It would be good if he is really dead. If he is not, I will tear him into pieces. Of course, some people could not be in a joking mood. On the contrary, the angriest person was the Heaven Worship Battalion's Marshal Yu Cheng. This person was from the Fish Dragon Manor. This Gu Manor was also a force in Foring City. Furthermore, he was from the Heavenly Saint Academy. If Lin Ling was not there, he would be the youngest marshal among the 6 battalions. Most importantly, he had another identity. He was Lei Tianlan's fiancé. His fiancée had almost been taken advantage of. Naturally, he was the most furious. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Yu Yu and the others also received the news. They were all worried about Lin Ling. However, Vice Dean Gong comforted them. Lin Ling was a blessed person. He would definitely be able to overcome this crisis. What a sinister Lei Tianlan. She was greedy for Brother Ling's space-time divine steel. Seeing that her plan was exposed, she slandered Brother Ling and humiliated her. What a slut. Sister Gu, we have to work hard. We have to catch up to Lei Tianlan before Brother Ling comes back. We will avenge Brother Ling. But Yu Yu and the others were filled with fighting spirit. They started to work hard. Although they did not know whether Lin Ling was still alive, they still comforted themselves. After all, they firmly believed that Lin Ling would not die so easily. Chapter 2605. A Glimmer of Hope. At the same time, no one knew that Lin Ling and Queen Qianji were still shooting down from the cliff. Moreover, a terrifying suction force was born, pulling at them, making it difficult for them to resist. As for Lin Ling, his mind was still being burned by the immortal wine. But on the brink of death, he forced himself to calm down. This cliff is so deep. We have been falling for half a day. Queen Qianji supported Lin Ling with a grim face. However, at last, a huge whirlpool appeared at the bottom of the cliff. The whirlpool spun as if it was a forbidden land of death. The rocks and grass at the edge of the cliff were sucked into it and immediately turned into ashes. Rumble! A terrifying suction force was born, and the vortex was just like the eye of the heavens. Not good, we've encountered a great vortex formed by the collision of 2 worlds. Lin Ling's expression became even more solemn. It had to be known that when 2 worlds collided, a terrifying impact force would be born. This was especially true for great worlds, and this kind of impact force would intertwine with each other and eventually form a vortex. Let alone a true god, even a martial god would not dare to easily approach these whirlpools. Are we going to die? Hearing this, Queen Qianji's face turned pale. As a matter of fact, Lin Ling's eyes were also fixed on the cliff. No wonder the old witch didn't chase after him. It turned out that the bottom of the cliff was a forbidden area with no chance of survival. Lin Ling, I originally wanted to watch you grow up and defeat the Sovereign Marquis for me. Unfortunately, this wish of mine will not be fulfilled. Perhaps I am a jinx who will drag down the people around me for the rest of my life. As death approached, Queen Qianji's voice became softer. She, who used to be as domineering as a queen, now revealed a timid attitude. In the past, because of me, my entire clan was wiped out. I felt guilty for 10,000 years. Because I was the one who brought the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven wielding here. I let down my people and caused their deaths. Qianji's tears flowed down her cheeks. Lin Ling was stunned. This was the first time he saw Qianji's weak side. He could imagine the pain in Qianji's heart. She had been responsible for the deaths of her clan for 10,000 years. No wonder Qianji was so fierce to everyone. If it weren't for the deal between them, she wouldn't be with him. Let's not talk about this. Maybe I'm the one who caused you trouble. I'm a jinx. My family and friends suffered a lot. Lin Qianji suddenly Queen Qianji. Of Qianji, of Qianji of Sovereign Heaven. Of Qianji of Qianji, Qian of Sovereign Heaven. So what if I'm unlucky? Of Qian of sovereign god of sovereign Qian Ian of sovereign sovereign of sovereign Qian of Qian Ling of sovereign Qian Qf Qian of Qian of. No, that wasn't confidence, but tenacity. Of her of heaven. Moreover, we still have a glimmer of hope. Lin Ling's 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes were also staring at the vortex. He was determined to fight to the death. There is no such thing as absolute invincibility in the universe. Everything has its weakness. He forcefully suppressed the effect of the wine and calmed down. Then he used his 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes to find the weakness of the vortex. The vortex kept spinning. If one could find the path of the vortex and enter it, they would not be torn apart. Instead, they would be carried away by the vortex. Of course, it was easier said than done. However, Lin Ling did not have much time left. The two of them were like dust. They were getting closer and closer to the giant eye. From afar, it was a spectacular scene. Those who were not mentally stable would have fainted. 12 o'clock. 3 o'clock. 6 o'clock. Lin Ling kept shouting and pointing out directions. The vortex's path was constantly changing. Of course, the 1,000 mammoth demonic eyes kept changing directions to avoid being torn apart. Alright, life and death. This is the moment. If I, Lin Ling, die, I will be satisfied. Before I die, I can take a beauty with me. That is enough. Finally, Lin Ling shouted. Beside him, the 1,000 mammoth demonic eyes was stunned. Then she could not help but laugh. Lin Ling was very carefree. Of course, she knew that Lin Ling did not want her to feel too much pressure. Lin Ling did not want to die. Also, there were too many people waiting for Lin Ling's return. Rumble. A deafening sound was heard. The two of them were sucked into the vortex. At this moment, everything in the world disappeared without a trace. After an unknown amount of time, a young man quietly floated up from a raging river with towering waves. With the impact of the waves, he was gradually washed to the shore. The young man's face was flushed, and there was a strong smell of alcohol coming from him. There's someone here. What a strong smell of alcohol. Could it be that this guy got drunk and then fainted in the furious Tiger River? If this guy died, he would be the most tragic person in the world. 3 days passed in a blur. Then, a series of exclamations could be heard from the riverside. The three figures looked at the young man in shock. Because of the alcohol smell on his body, they thought that he was a drunkard. Hey, are you okay? Wake up. A sweet voice quietly sounded. It was as if she was urging Lin Ling in his dreams. Lin Ling's long eyelashes fluttered. You. Subconsciously, he shouted out. I'm not you. The sweet voice sounded again. A man's deep voice came from the side. This kid is still alive. He's really lucky. Lin Ling finally opened his eyes after being gently pushed by several people. After being stunned for a moment, he subconsciously smiled and said, I'm not dead yet. Then he realized that he was unharmed. But what about Queen Qianji? He could not help but check her condition. He realized that Queen Qianji was in a deep sleep in his body. She seemed to be seriously injured. He then remembered the huge vortex at the bottom of the cliff. He immediately understood that Queen Qianji was trying her best to protect him. In the end, she was seriously injured, but Lin Ling was unharmed. Of course, this also meant that Lin Ling was able to find a flaw in the huge vortex at the critical moment. He was not torn apart. As long as I'm alive, there's still hope. Lane Manor, I, Lin Ling, will find you sooner or later. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold and merciless. However, after he checked his body, he helplessly discovered that the power of the celestial wine was still there. It was as if his dantian had been sealed, making it difficult for him to activate all his power. Bad news. Chapter 2606. Another flame world fragment. Has this person gone crazy? Don't bother with him. In any case, he hasn't died and we've done what we should have done. At this time, an old man lightly said, causing Lin Ling to regain his composure. He discovered that there were 3 people in front of him. One was a 16 to 17-year-old girl. She was sweet and cute and the long robes she wore were loose. The style of her robes was different from those of the Blue Province, but she wasn't too strong. She was only at the first level of the World King realm. As for the other two, they weren't much better. They were the old man and the big fellow. Both of them were only at the second level of the World King realm. These cultivations clearly couldn't threaten Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling's dantian was sealed away, his godly demon body wasn't weak. According to his estimation, with his godly demon body, he could easily defeat a 5th-level World King powerhouse. Thank you for your help. May I ask where this is? Lin Ling wanted to quickly figure out where he was. As he spoke, the three people looked at Lin Ling with strange expressions. The old man frowned. You haven't sobered up yet? Hearing this, Lin Ling was left speechless. He casually found an excuse and said that after being drunk his mind was a bit fuzzy, thus he had forgotten many things. Hearing Lin Ling's explanation, the three people rolled their eyes. But as they saw that Lin Ling didn't release any spiritual energy, they also treated Lin Ling as an ordinary person. After some conversation, Lin Ling learned that this place was called the Flame World. Lin Ling was shocked. Could this place also be one of the Flame World fragments? It had to be known that at Radiant Academy, he had gone to one of the Flame World fragments. He also knew that the Flame World fragments had already been torn apart by the collision of powerhouses of the ancient era. Thus, it wasn't strange for one of the fragments to appear here. But, did the Great Vortex below the cliff lead to one of the Flame World fragments? The Great Vortex was born from the collision of worlds. This meant that after passing through the Great Vortex, one could appear in any corner of the universe. It was just that Lin Ling's luck was bad and he had arrived here. I need to wait for a period of time to make a breakthrough in my boundary. So, I can use this time to improve my ultimate flame path. Lin Ling thought to himself. Since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. While he was thinking, the three of them had already moved on. They were going to the Yen Emperor sect to participate in the disciple recruitment ceremony. The Yen Emperor sect was one of the top sects in the Flame World. It had to be known that in the Flame World, all martial artists cultivated fire attribute cultivation methods. However, fire attribute cultivation methods were extremely rare and only appeared in ancient sects. Therefore, all martial artists in the Flame World hoped to join an ancient sect and cultivate a supreme cultivation method. Lin. And. Wait, are you going to participate in the recruitment ceremony? I want to join too. Can you bring me along? Lin Ling hurriedly shouted. The three people in front stopped in their tracks. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. In their hearts, Lin Ling was a drunkard and an ordinary person. He wanted to join the recruitment ceremony? It was not that they looked down on him. It was just that Lin Ling had left them with a terrible impression. He fell into a river while drunk and almost drowned. Was there anyone more idiotic than him in this world? Brat, do you know what you are saying? The old man's expression was filled with suspicion. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He had cultivated for 1,000 years. In terms of age, he was probably older than the old man. He just looked younger. I want to join the Flame Emperor sect's recruitment ceremony. Then, Lin Ling said word by word to prove that he was not joking. However, after hearing his words, not only did the three of them not believe him, but they became even more suspicious. This young man had a delicate appearance, but they did not expect him to be brain damaged by alcohol. The Flame Emperor sect was the most prestigious sect in the Flame World. All cultivators yearned for it. How could it be so easy to join? Then let's bring him along. However, the young girl smiled and nodded. Even if he doesn't succeed, at least let him experience it. Miss, you are so kind. The old man and the other person sighed. Then, the four of them immediately set off. Along the way, Lin Ling found out that the young girl was called Yang Xiaodan. She was the daughter of a rich family. She represented Yang Jiazhen in the recruitment ceremony. Yang Jiazhen had placed all his hopes on Yang Xiaodan. He hoped that his daughter would become a dragon. He hoped that she would become outstanding. Yang Xiaodan also knew the expectations of her father. Therefore, she placed great importance on the recruitment ceremony. Lin Ling could even see that Yang Xiaodan was very nervous. Lin Ling recalled his memories of the time when he was learning martial arts in the Gu Yen sect. At that time, he was also very nervous. Look on the bright side. Sometimes, there is not only one path to take in martial arts. Lin Ling smiled and comforted her. For a young girl like Yang Xiaotian, entering a powerful sect was the only way out. But in reality, when Yang Xiaotian grew up, she would know that the path of martial arts was not the final choice. What do you know? However, the old man and the man immediately refuted. They thought that Lin Ling was teaching Yang Xiaotian bad things. They looked down on Lin Ling from the bottom of their hearts. At such a young age, he was fond of wine and did not do proper work. They thought that he would not have any future. Hearing this, Lin Ling shrugged and did not speak anymore. Along the way, the old man looked down on Lin Ling even more. His words were filled with disdain. It was as if he was afraid that Lin Ling would teach his young miss bad things. After a day, the so-called Flame Emperor sect appeared in the mountains ahead. Flames soared into the sky and burned the huge mountain. What was surprising was that when they got close, they could not feel any heat. Flame World Fragment. Lin Ling frowned. He felt the flames in his body boiling, as if there was a call. What's going on? What? Lin Ling was shocked. He then realized that the evil flame change seemed to have produced an anomaly. Is the evil flame change reacting to the Flame World Fragment? What is it hiding? Lin Ling was puzzled. But now, he could only enter the Flame Emperor sect to find out everything. Lin Ling's constantly changing expression made the old man and the man smile even more disdainfully. They thought that Lin Ling was shocked by the grandeur of the Flame Emperor sect. As expected, he was a country bumpkin. The disciple recruitment ceremony has ended. Everyone, please return. At this time, a voice came from the ancient mountain gate, causing the expressions of many youths at the foot of the mountain to change drastically. Because they had not participated in the disciple recruitment ceremony yet. We're late? But the disciple recruitment ceremony is today. Yang Xiaotian's expression also changed drastically. They had come from afar, but if they were chased away, how could they return to their hometown? Isn't the disciple recruitment ceremony 3 days? Of course, the surrounding youths who were learning martial arts immediately asked, unwilling to give up. Moreover, they saw that there were still youths walking down the stairs and entering the Flame Emperor sect. This stunned them. Chapter 2607. You're the one who was beaten by me. Moreover, if the young miss were to return in failure, everyone would kick her while she was down. There would be many people in Yangjiajin who would laugh at her. Thinking of this, the old man quickly walked over. And in front of the steps leading to the entrance, there were a dozen figures standing there. They wore blue robes and had their hands behind their backs. Although they weren't old, they had a dignified air about them. As for their strength, they weren't weak. They were all at the second stage of the World King realm. Of course, this strength was still weak to Lin Ling. Seniors, isn't this disciple recruitment ceremony supposed to last for 3 days? The old man cupped his hands together and bowed, his attitude very humble. Old man, are you deaf? If I say it's over, it's over. One of the youths indifferently said, his words mixed with a domineering aura. But them. The old man immediately pointed to the front. There were still youths walking up the steps. At this time, the blue-robed youths all smiled meaningfully. The leader didn't speak. He gently stretched out a hand. The old man was also a shrewd person. He immediately understood and quickly took out some spirit stones with a smile. It turned out that the disciple recruitment ceremony hadn't ended, but the disciples guarding the entrance were greedy. If they didn't pay up, they would directly tell them to scram. What is the meaning of this? Are you trying to curry favor with me? Who do you think I am? Scram immediately. However, after the spirit stones were taken out, the blue-robed youth was clearly disdainful. To him, spirit stones weren't even worth his attention unless he had flame crystals. Country bumpkin, scram. The other blue-robed disciples also angrily shouted, as if they were being mocked. Ah! The old man clearly couldn't react in time. But at this time, the blue-robed youth had already attacked. He kicked out, sending the old man tumbling away like a gourd. Do you want me to kick you before you scram? Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. Suddenly, they understood that the old man's reward was too small. The Flame Emperor sect's disciples didn't even care. However, to Yang Xiaotian, those spirit stones were equivalent to Yang Jiaxin's annual income. Yang Xiaoan could still vaguely remember how her grandfather's aged hands trembled when he passed those spirit stones to her. Because these spirit stones were spirit stones that the Yang family had scrimped and saved for. However, this blood and sweat was simply unworthy of the eyes of others. This meant that Yang Xiaoan had been eliminated. The old man sat on the ground, clenching his fists and pounding the ground in pain. He also understood what had happened. They didn't give enough money. It's all my fault, all my fault. The old man continuously slapped his own face. He felt extremely guilty and tears streamed down his face. If I had worked harder, Miss would have been able to enter the Yen Emperor sect. He screamed in pain, but the youths nearby didn't sympathize with him. Instead, they sneered. They obviously couldn't wait to have one less competitor. Some people even laughed out loud. Uncle Shu, it's not your fault. It's my fault. Yang Xiaoyan's face was covered in tears as well. She helped the old man to his feet, but their expressions were extremely sad as well. Because they were about to return home. However, at this moment, a figure walked out and slowly walked towards the blue-robed young man. What are you doing? The man beside the old man immediately cried out in alarm, because the young man who walked out was actually the drunkard Lin Ling. But Lin Ling didn't seem to hear his shouts. He arrived in front of the blue-robed youth and looked at him indifferently. What's the meaning of this? The blue-robed youth clearly didn't understand Lin Ling's actions. But in the next moment he understood. The crisp sound of a slap landed on his face, and it was from the person in front of him. You hit me? This time, the blue-robed youth was shocked. The Yen Emperor sect disciples behind him were also shocked. Even the youths who were about to give him money were all gaping in shock. To them, the Yen Emperor sect was no different from a divine gate in the sky. It was something they had to look up to. In fact, they didn't even dare to speak loudly here. But this guy had slapped the Yen Emperor sect disciple. Is this guy crazy? In fact, even Yang Xiaotian and the rest were dumbfounded. Could it be that Lin Ling was drunk again? Yes, I hit you. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly spoke. Although he wasn't familiar with Yang Xiaotian and the rest, he had seen how much importance Yang Xiaotian placed on this disciple recruitment. But because of their greed, these guys had forcefully wiped out a young girl's wish. Lin Ling couldn't stand it anymore. So, he made a move. Do you know who I am? The blue-robed youth touched his cheek and laughed crazily. Slap. But what greeted him was a slap, a crisp slap. I only know that you are the one who was slapped by me. After the slap, there were still those lazy words. This tyrannical action undoubtedly silenced everyone. The old man was the first to react. This has nothing to do with us. This guy is drunk. He's using alcohol as an excuse to go crazy. In fact, he didn't understand why Lin Ling was so arrogant. But obviously, it was better to distance himself from this matter. However, the Yen Emperor sect disciples didn't care about him at all. They were furious. Kill him! The young man in the lead roared out. Boom! The Yen Emperor sect was an extremely famous sect in the flame world. When had they ever been humiliated like this? So, the disciples attacked one after another. Flames erupted from their bodies. Between their fists and palms, flames soared to the sky and smashed towards Lin Ling. From afar, it looked like countless infernal gods had attacked. What a powerful move! The surrounding youths didn't care about Lin Ling's safety. Instead, they were shocked by the Yen Emperor sect's moves. As expected of the Yen Emperor sect, these martial arts were so profound. In their hearts, they were afraid that Lin Ling would be burned alive. Moreover, everything went smoothly. Lin Ling didn't do anything and was hit by a large number of disciples just like that. When will this guy wake up? Sigh, drinking has killed him. The old man sighed softly. Lin Ling didn't fight back. He thought that Lin Ling had drunk too much. But at this moment, a loud boom sounded, as if a giant had descended. Bang bang bang. The Yen Emperor sect disciples flew out like kites with their strings cut. It was as if they had suffered a heavy blow. At the same time, Lin Ling's figure appeared in front of everyone. The most frightening thing was that he was safe and sound. Such a scene was no doubt demonic. After all, everyone had seen that Lin Ling didn't seem to have any spiritual energy in his body. He was simply an ordinary person among ordinary people. However, such an ordinary person was actually able to face the siege of the Yen Emperor sect's disciples and remain unscathed. This couldn't be a dream, right? What's going on? At this moment, a dignified voice sounded. Then, a meteor shot out from the mountain and smashed into the ground. Rumble. The ground shook. A tall and sturdy middle-aged man slowly stood up and looked at everyone indifferently. He wore a red robe and looked ordinary, but he had the aura of an infernal god's fury. Lin Ling also smiled as he looked at this person. To his surprise, he discovered that this fellow actually had an 8th-grade awakened divine body. However, his realm wasn't high, only at the 8th stage of the World King realm. He was a martial artist who had talent but couldn't display it. Chapter 2608. The Secret of the Yen Emperor Sect. Elder, this person is openly attacking in the Yen Emperor Sect. The disciples climbed to their feet and spoke angrily. Surprisingly, the middle-aged man didn't say anything. Instead, he frowned and looked at Lin Ling. In the end, he said indifferently, "Your strength is not simple." Although Lin Ling looked very young, he was able to defeat the guarding disciple. His strength was indeed impressive. Most importantly, he discovered that Lin Ling didn't seem to have any spiritual energy in his body. If he was already so powerful without any spiritual energy, what would happen if he cultivated the Yen Emperor sect's cultivation technique and developed spiritual energy? He was obviously a genius. The surrounding people also felt that something was amiss. Could it be that the middle-aged man had developed a fondness for talent? However, Lin Ling's following words caused everyone to be dumbstruck, including the middle-aged man. "Your talent is not bad." Lin Ling's words were like the advice of a senior, and there was no respect in his tone. At this moment, the crowd began to wonder if Lin Ling would be beaten to death by that senior. Interesting. Follow me into the Yen Emperor sect. However, the middle-aged man didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled appreciatively. The surrounding disciples were all dumbfounded. They wanted to see Lin Ling being taught a lesson. "I know about your little tricks in front of the mountain gate, and I don't object. But don't go too far." The middle-aged man looked around and his voice turned cold. Hearing this, the faces of the surrounding disciples turned pale, and they did not dare to speak anymore. As for Lin Ling, he followed the middle-aged man into the Yen Emperor sect. The whole process was very casual. "He's actually so powerful." Yang Xiaotian and the others were stunned on the spot, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Was he still the alcoholic in their hearts? Was this still a youth who didn't do proper work? This was especially true for the old man and the young man. Their faces were filled with embarrassment, but very quickly, sadness took over their faces. This was because they were about to return home and face Yang Jiazhen's ridicule. "Yang Xiao, what are you still standing there for?" However, at this moment, a faint voice suddenly sounded out, causing Yang Xiaotian to be stunned. She discovered that the one who spoke was Lin Ling. "Didn't you want to enter the Yen Emperor sect and win glory for your hometown? Why are you still in a daze?" Lin Ling's voice floated over again. Boom! Yang Xiaotian's heart immediately thundered as tears rolled down her cheeks. "Young miss, can she do it?" That elder was also like this, extremely excited. "It should be fine. At least this uncle." No, this senior didn't object. Lin Ling smiled and looked at the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man nodded. To him, Lin Ling was a genius and was worthy of entering the Yen Emperor sect. As for Yang Xiaotian, she was dispensable. If she wanted to enter the Yen Emperor sect, then so be it. "All right." Seeing the middle-aged man nod, Yang Xiaotian shouted excitedly and ran towards Lin Ling. She knew very well that if it weren't for Lin Ling, she would have gone home in disgrace. When she got home, she would only be able to see her grandfather sighing incessantly and receive the ridicule of her neighbors. But now, she had been reborn and had entered the Yen Emperor sect. Thank you, thank you. The elder kept shouting and almost knelt down to express his gratitude. Moreover, when he thought of how he had mocked Lin Ling along the way, he immediately felt guilty. Especially when Lin Ling had taught those disciples a lesson, he had distanced himself from Lin Ling. This made it even harder for him to raise his head and look at Lin Ling. Fortunately, the young man didn't seem to care about all this. This made the elders suddenly think that the young man and him were from different worlds. It seems like they didn't need to go through the test and directly became disciples of the Yen Emperor sect. No way, this seems very unfair. I'm so envious of them. Impossible, the Yen Emperor sect has its own rules. They definitely have to test them. The surrounding youths were all envious. The two of them have completely become disciples of the Yen Emperor sect. But at this time, the middle-aged man didn't even look at the youths. After saying this, he led Lin Ling and Yang Xiaotian forward. He was an elder, so he had the final say. The surrounding youths were all stunned and even more envious. Of course, even so, after entering the Yen Emperor sect, the elders still specially tested Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he naturally passed the test with ease, alarming a group of elders. In fact, Lin Ling had restrained himself. Otherwise, it would have alerted the entire Yen Emperor sect. In the following days, Lin Ling obtained the Yen Emperor sect's cultivation technique. Unfortunately, it didn't catch his eye at all. Of course, he was only putting on an act to cultivate a little. In fact, he was more curious about the Yen Emperor sect's secret. This was because during this period of time, he had discovered that his demonic flame transformation seemed to have changed even more. This was the first time Lin Ling had encountered something like this. After all, the demonic flame transformation was just a cultivation technique. It seemed to have awakened a spirit of its own. It was extremely strange. This meant that the Yen Emperor sect definitely had something that could move the demonic flame transformation. However, Lin Ling didn't dare to investigate carelessly. After all, the overall strength of the Yen Emperor sect wasn't strong. However, he had secretly investigated and found that there was an expert hidden here who couldn't be underestimated. His strength was around the stage 3 True God realm. Before he made a breakthrough in his realm, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't alert the enemy. Once he entered the True God realm, Lin Ling believed that the mysterious expert wouldn't be his match. Besides that, Lin Ling also began to look for a way out. However, when he checked the ancient records, he discovered that this place was huge and there seemed to be no way out. If there was, it might be in the Yen Emperor sect. This was because it was recorded in the ancient records that a long, long time ago, the martial artists here didn't practice martial arts. Later on, many mysterious people came from nowhere and created several sections. In the end, martial arts became rampant in this world. To the people of this world, practicing martial arts was the only way out. It was also the only way to become a top person. All of this made Lin Ling guess that these mysterious people might not be local residents, but outsiders. Obviously, they were trapped here, and in the end, martial arts sprouted and took in disciples. Therefore, if he could reach the peak of this fragment, he would definitely be able to find a way out. While he was investigating, Lin Ling was also cultivating. He had a feeling that if he broke through, both of his Dantians would enter the True God realm. In addition to the Ashura sword formation and evil flame change, he was confident that he wouldn't be afraid of a stage 2 True God. He might even be able to fight a stage 3 True God. At that time, he would be able to defeat Lei Tianlan easily. Other than cultivating, Lin Ling would also check on Qianji Queen occasionally. However, she seemed to be heavily injured and was in a deep sleep. Lin Ling, are you there? On this day, in Lin Ling's quiet wooden house, a smile could be heard. It was Yang Xiaoyan. Yang Xiaotian had already treated Lin Ling as a big brother. When she encountered something she didn't understand, she would secretly ask Lin Ling for advice. The results were good, especially when it came to fire-based martial arts. Lin Ling's answers were more comprehensive than the elders in the sect. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Ling's cultivation increased very slowly during the test, Yang Xiaotian would have treated Lin Ling as an elder. Chapter 2609. Trading Team. Elder Chen was the middle-aged man from before. Although Lin Ling's cultivation was slow and caused many elders to oppose Lin Ling, Elder Chen still valued Lin Ling. He believed that Lin Ling was a well-prepared genius. If he had the opportunity, he would definitely become a talent. Lin Ling was grateful for this. However, Elder Chen was right. When the time came, Lin Ling would not only become a talent, but he would also dominate this fragment of the flame world. After that, Lin Ling and Yang Shaoan left and arrived at the mountain gate. There were already many disciples waiting there, whispering to each other. One had to know that the Meiyu sect was also a big sect in the flame world. Together with the Taichu sect and the Yen Emperor sect, they were known as the three great martial worlds. The Yen Emperor sect was backed by the fire treasure soil. This divine fire soil could increase the talent of fire-type martial artists. The Meiyu sect was in charge of the flame crystals. Hence, for the sake of cultivation, they would trade with each other. Every time they traded, it would be a great honor for the disciples who were sent out. Hence, these disciples were very excited, as if their strength had been recognized. The person leading the team this time was said to be the daughter of the sect master, Yen Yeyu. She had inherited the sect master's legacy and was the #1 genius of the Yen Emperor sect. While waiting for Yen Yeyu, the disciples were also talking about how beautiful and powerful the senior sister was. Oh, this is the Lin Ling that Elder Chen recommended? Someone suddenly looked at Lin Ling. One had to know that the disciples of the Yen Emperor sect were divided into ranks. The lowest rank was the mountain guarding disciple, followed by the outer mountain disciple and inner mountain disciple. Lin Ling was an inner mountain disciple. This kind of disciple didn't have to do anything. Many people were jealous. However, when Lin Ling first entered the Yen Emperor sect, he was indeed a little powerful. However, after that he was only a flash in the pan. Hence, many people were unhappy with him. Greetings, senior brother. Lin Ling smiled. This is how you greet your senior brother? Do you have any luggage? Who would have thought that the senior brother would shout coldly and send a heavy slap toward him? Because, although Lin Ling called him senior brother, he didn't seem to treat him as a senior brother. Seeing this, Lin Ling frowned slightly. This guy was too arrogant. Then, when he saw the slap coming, Lin Ling did not do anything. He stretched out one hand and easily received the slap. You're courting death. The senior brother felt humiliated. Flames immediately rose from his arm, wanting to burn Lin Ling's hand. But at this moment, a cold shout suddenly sounded, "Stop!" Subsequently, a few figures walked over. The woman in the lead was not tall, but she had an exquisite figure. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, and she looked valiant and formidable. After she arrived, a powerful aura spread out. Seeing this, the senior brother's expression changed and he hurriedly retracted the flames. However, Lin Ling was still holding his arm. You stop as well. If it weren't for me, you would have been burned by his flames. The ponytailed woman frowned again and looked sternly at Lin Ling. Because, when the senior brother saw that she had arrived, he immediately retracted his arrogance. However, Lin Ling did not stop. He did not know how to appreciate favors. The true path of fire is not enough to activate flames. Only those who have comprehended the path of fire can truly display the power of the path of fire. Lin Ling said calmly. Because, although the senior brother's talent was not bad, he did not have the ultimate path of fire. He was also someone who had talent but could not use it. Therefore, his flames could not burn Lin Ling's god-demon body at all. However, Lin Ling was speaking the truth. When his words fell into the ears of the people around him, they immediately gasped. Because Lin Ling had actually spoken to the eldest senior sister in such a tone. Most importantly, Lin Ling was someone who only had brute force but no spiritual energy. He was dead meat. This trash was dead meat. That was what all the disciples were thinking. However, the woman only glanced at Lin Ling indifferently, then waved her hand domineeringly. Be on your way. She did not make things difficult for Lin Ling. Perhaps it was because Lin Ling was too weak, or perhaps it was because she was the eldest senior sister. In any case, she did not blame Lin Ling. This time, the surrounding disciples' jaws dropped. Of course, They could also see that the eldest senior sister was a little angry, and the fuse was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, she is the sect leader's daughter, Yen Yeyu. Hurry! At this time, Yang Xiaoyan hurried over and reminded him with a pale face. Lin Ling could not help but be stunned. He did not care before because he did not know the other party's identity. Why aren't you letting go of my hand? Hurry! As for the senior brother who had attacked, he was furious. Lin Ling was still holding his hand while he was in a daze. Most importantly, he could not break free. Sorry. Lin Ling replied lazily. With a wave of his hand, the senior brother staggered back, embarrassed even more. And Lin Ling's apology didn't seem to be sincere. What are you all doing? If the time is delayed, you can bear the consequences. At this time, Yen Yiyu's voice was heard again. She seemed even more dissatisfied. Yes, eldest senior sister. Yes. None of the disciples dared to be negligent, but their hatred for Lin Ling grew. Lin Ling did not know what was good for him and caused the eldest senior sister to be angry, but she vented her anger on everyone. They were obviously implicated by Lin Ling. Along the way, none of the disciples looked at Lin Ling kindly. Even Yen Yiyu was the same. Although she was the sect leader's daughter, she was not unruly and did things methodically. That was why she did not blame Lin Ling. Regarding this, Lin Ling was completely speechless. He had been cultivating in the Yen Emperor sect for 3 reasons. First, he was waiting for a breakthrough. Second, he wanted to see the secrets of the Yen Emperor sect. Third, he wanted to find a way out. He did not intend to provoke anyone, but who knew that things would change. Not only had he angered the disciples, but he had also angered the sect leader's daughter. Lin Ling, eldest senior sister, is very dissatisfied with you. Even Yang Xiaotian could see the atmosphere. I know. Lin Ling was even more depressed. He hoped that nothing bad would happen. However, his depressed look made Yang Xiaotian speechless. She saw that Lin Ling did not seem to be anxious at all. Instead, he looked indifferent. This flame world is full of fire-based martial artists, but their talents are not weak. Lin Ling thought to himself as he followed the crowd. There were many people in the Yen Emperor sect who were more talented than him. They had awakened divine bodies above 5th grade. However, in terms of martial arts experience and knowledge, they were far inferior. Wait, are we going this way? After walking for a day, vast mountains appeared in front of them. The temperature had also quietly increased. At this time, a voice came from the group. It was Lin Ling's voice. Just follow obediently. What are you talking about? The disciples immediately reprimanded him. However, Lin Ling ignored them and continued to look at Yen Yefan. Although Yen Yiyu was dissatisfied with Lin Ling, she still had the demeanor of an eldest senior sister. She said indifferently, "This is the closest path to the Meiyu sect. The sooner we complete the mission, the better we can go back. There seems to be something wrong with this path." However, Lin Ling still spoke. Chapter 26:10. The Mysterious Black-Robe Man. Something's wrong? Yen Yiyu couldn't help but laugh. Do you know how many times our Flame Emperor sect has traded with Meiyu sect? If you can answer, then I'll do as you say. Hearing this, Lin Ling was stunned. He really didn't know. Newbie, our Flame Emperor sect has traded with Meiyu sect hundreds of times. Don't pretend to know. Stop being so mysterious. Even if something happens, just run away obediently. We'll protect you. The other disciples immediately mocked him. The 2 sects had traded with each other hundreds of times. This meant that the Flame Emperor sect had walked this path hundreds of times and had always been safe. Therefore, no one would believe Lin Ling's words. They all thought that Lin Ling was talking nonsense. Let's go. Yen Yiyu was even more so. Everyone walked along the canyon, talking and laughing. But at the back of the group, Lin Ling frowned. This was because his soul force sensed several powerful auras shooting towards them from the front. These people were very fast and their strength was around the 5th level of the World King realm. They weren't people that the group could resist. Of course, if they were friends, then it wouldn't be a problem. But if they were enemies, then it would be troublesome. Yen Yiyu was indeed the eldest senior sister. In just a moment, She also sensed that something was wrong and immediately ordered the group to stop. Almost at the same time, a huge net of fire appeared in the sky above the canyon, sealing the canyon tightly. Several figures wearing black robes walked over step by step. Their eyes were filled with ominous glints. "Who are you?" Yen Yeyu couldn't help but be surprised. This was the first time she had encountered such a situation. However, those people didn't say much. They took a step forward and shot over. A huge amount of world essence accompanied by flames shot out. This kind of attack would directly take a person's life. Yen Yeyu's expression instantly changed. The disciples behind her also narrowed their eyes. Previously, Lin Ling had said that there was something wrong with this path. At that time, they thought that this was a path that they often walked, so they didn't think that anything would happen. In the end, something did happen. They thought that Lin Ling was talking nonsense, but Lin Ling's fart became reality. Bang! The mysterious black-robed men were merciless. Fire snakes shot out from their palms, wrapping around the Yen Emperor sect's disciples. They groaned in pain and fell to the ground, unconscious. A fifth-stage world king is not someone we can contend with. Leave the canyon immediately. Yen Yeyu immediately let out a delicate shout when she sensed how terrifying the newcomer was. Her entire body also blossomed with blue flames, which was extremely extraordinary. Retreat. He saw a young man standing in front of him. He was still in a punching posture, but his fist had directly penetrated the chest of a mysterious black-robed man. Moreover, the mysterious black-robed man who died with his eyes wide open had his right arm severed. It seemed to have been broken by a single punch. This meant that if that arm had not been broken, the previous attack would have hit Yen Yeyu and she would have died. What happened? Yen Yeyu sat there in shock. She also realized that this young man, who was like a heavenly soldier, was actually Lin Ling. She never thought that this disciple, who had shocked the entire Yen Emperor sect when he first entered, and who was later thought to be Elder Chen's mistake, would be so terrifying. "Brat, you killed the elder?" At this moment, an angry roar could be heard. The remaining mysterious men in black regained their senses and pounced on Lin Ling. They were also furious. Because of a simple mission, they had caused the death of an elder. How were they going to report when they returned? One by one, they unleashed the Meiyu sect's sect guarding martial arts. Moonfire shot out, causing the entire canyon to tremble. "Be careful!" Yen Yeyu could not help but scream. She knew very well that this was the Meiyu sect's secret martial art, which was also the martial art that made them famous. Lin Ling, run! On the other side, Yang Xiaodian also discovered Lin Ling in the flame circle. She was shocked and then anxiously shouted, "Go back!" However, in the face of such a terrifying secret martial art, Lin Ling stood still. His godly devil body exploded with a powerful aura. He did not use any martial arts, but his fist was like a meteor as it blasted out. On one side was the fist of Immortal, and on the other side was a flame attack. At this moment, the distance between them was rapidly closing. Chapter 26:11. Annihilation. Boom. The fists collided with the terrifying flames and sparks flew everywhere. Then, a figure staggered out from the colorful flames. He took more than 10 steps back before he finally stabilized himself. He looked extremely pathetic. And he was Lin Ling. Facing the combined attack of so many people, he would definitely be unable to resist. After all, he was only relying on his godly demon body to fight. However, when the crowd saw this scene, they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. This was because they guessed that under the combined attack, the young man would be directly smashed into pieces and not even his bones would be left. But now, the young man was only retreating. This was too terrifying. Even Yen Yeyu covered her mouth with her jade-like hand. Her eyes were wide open. The Meiyu sect's ultimate technique was broken just like that? At this moment, Lin Ling flung the flames on his fists away. He licked his lips and said, "When a tiger goes down to the plains, he will be bullied by dogs. When a dragon is trapped in the shallows, fish and shrimps will play. You guys worked together before, now it's my turn." His voice was calm, But when it landed in the hearts of the mysterious black-robed men, it was like a demon's smile. At this moment, their bodies actually trembled. However, Lin Ling did not care so much. He had already shot forward. If not for the fact that he was about to break through to the next realm, these guys could be killed with just a finger. But now, that was all they could do. Rumble. The terrifying fist didn't release any spiritual energy, but it blasted through the air, smashing over with devastating force. Bang. One of them was still in shock, but the fist directly pierced through his chest. Seeing this, the remaining black-robed men were shocked. What happened? He did not even release a wisp of flame and did not release any spiritual energy. How is he so strong? Who is he? The black-robed men were all terrified. This was because in the flame world, the fire element was the only martial art. It was also the most powerful technique in the world. But now, a mysterious young man had used his fists to kill two powerhouses consecutively. This broke their understanding. Bang. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling attacked again. Plum Moon Wheel. His opponent was the last remaining elder. He let out a roar, and the flames in his hands turned into a round wheel that he slapped out. His talent was not weak either. He had a rank 8 awakened divine body. If he was in the Resplendent Academy, even Lin Ling would have to treat him seriously. Yet in the Flame World fragment, this elder's talent was not bad, but he did not have the ultimate fire path. Boom! A fist rushed out of the circular fire wheel, and the fire wheel immediately exploded. Moreover, the fist easily penetrated the elder's chest. Elder Mei. The others were originally happy, thinking that there would be a miracle. However, the result made them feel like their hearts were dead. They no longer had any will to fight. And under their shocked gazes, Lin Ling had actually absorbed all of the flames that the elder had released. Even Yen Yeyu let out a frightened cry. In her heart, that young man was simply not human. The remaining black-robed men didn't care about anything else. With a loud roar, they quickly withdrew from the canyon. They never thought that the canyon would be a good place to ambush someone. However, they were the ones who were ambushed. It's too late to escape now. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was not a greenhorn. Naturally, he knew that he had to eliminate the source of the problem. He took a step, and the ground shook as if a demon god had descended. Lin Ling caught up to a black-robed man and grabbed his head. With a bang, his head exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. He was as fragile as a watermelon. Lin Ling threw away the corpse in his hand, sneered, and caught up to another person. Bang! With a sweep of his leg, the second person who was running away was kicked in the waist. He died extremely miserably. Seeing this, Yang Xiaoyan and the rest turned pale. This scene was bloody and cruel to them. However, to Lin Ling, this was a common occurrence. He had already killed countless people since he started practicing martial arts. There was no psychological pressure at all. This was because if he had been merciful, he would have died countless times already. In just a short time, the black-robed men were completely annihilated. The canyon was filled with the smell of blood. Yen Yeyu and the rest could only stare at Lin Ling. There was only one sentence in their hearts. A white rainbow piercing the sun, an eagle striking the sky. Lin Ling took out a piece of cloth and wiped the blood off his hands. He was a little depressed. If it were not for the fact that his strength had not recovered, he would not have used such a crude method. He would have ended these guys easily with a sword or a flame. Alright, what are you all looking at me for? Finally, Lin Ling spoke. The people in the canyon subconsciously felt their hearts skip a beat and their faces turned pale. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. You are also martial artists. If you are not used to such a bloody scene, you will be killed by others in the future. We know. Yang Xiaotian replied immediately. However, knowing was one thing. Whether they could do it was another. Because only martial artists who had experienced blood and killing could get used to such a scene. Why are you so powerful? What is your motive for entering our Yen Emperor sect? Yen Yeyu asked as she stared at Lin Ling after recovering from her shock. Lin Ling also looked at her and shook his head. Who I am is not important. What is important is that something big is going to happen in your Yen Emperor sect. His eyes were very calm, which made Yen Yeyu's heart tremble. His eyes were deep and calm, giving her the feeling that even if the sky fell, he would not be moved. This was a man with a story. Then she thought of Lin Ling's words and said in shock, "Don't talk nonsense." He, sect leader's daughter, you know in your heart whether I am talking nonsense or not. You just don't want to admit it. Lin Ling sneered. In the flame world, the three great sects dominate everything. It has always been peaceful. But today, the Meiyu sect attacked the Yen Emperor sect. Are they fools? You might say that this was an accident, but I can tell you that your father and the other two sect leaders came from another world. They were just trapped here. Although they lived in peace at the beginning, after knowing that they would never be able to leave, they will definitely have different thoughts. For example, they will get rid of the other people and dominate this world. Through everything he knew, Lin Ling already had a guess in his heart. Then what should we do? Yen Yeyu was also naturally intelligent, so she guessed what was going on. Very simple. I will help you solve this problem. As a reward, you will bring me to the most secret place in the Yen Emperor sect. Lin Ling said, "Why should I believe you?" Yen Yeyu immediately looked at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling was also a person with evil intentions. You have no choice. Chapter 26:12. The Yen Emperor sect has betrayed us. If you don't lie to me, I'll agree. But if you lie to me, I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. She really had no choice. Moreover, she was worried about her father and the Yen Emperor sect. In fact, she didn't know if her father was from the flame world, but she was born in the flame world. She had strong feelings for this place. You're not qualified for me to lie to you. In the distance, Lin Ling smiled faintly and walked back slowly. On the other hand, Lin Ling's footsteps were calm and composed, as if he was the most powerful being in the world. Yang Xiaotian and the others felt like they were in a dream. They thought that Lin Ling was a very ordinary person. The group immediately went back to the Yen Emperor sect. Along the way, although Yen Yeyu was cooperating with Lin Ling, he was still afraid of Lin Ling. Lin Ling was speechless. If he really wanted to harm Yen Yeyu, he could have done it directly. Why would he go through so much trouble? Who are you? Yen Yeyu couldn't help but ask. Even Yang Xiaolan was curious about Lin Ling. A passerby, or rather, a person who is rushing home. Lin Ling looked into the distance and said meaningfully, "A passerby." Yen Yeyu muttered to himself. However, Yang Xiaotian suddenly believed in Lin Ling. She remembered the first time she saw Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling was unconscious beside the furious Tiger River. Lin Ling seemed to be a lost passerby who was rushing home. "Senior sister, I believe he won't harm us," Yang Xiaotian said to Yen Yeyu. Yen Yeyu shook his head and didn't say anything. Along the way, they were shocked to find that many Yen Emperor sect disciples were fighting with each other. This made Yen Yeyu even more surprised. However, Lin Ling sneered. The more chaotic the Yen Emperor sect was, the better it was for him. What kind of secret is the Yen Emperor sect hiding? How could it cause such chaos? Lin Ling asked. Hearing this, Yen Yeyu was silent at the start, but she knew she had to rely on Lin Ling, so she spoke. The flame wheel is said to be the core of Flame World. That is a mysterious place. It is said that even my father could not see through the secrets of the flame wheel. However, as long as one is near the flame wheel, one's cultivation will be twice the result with half the effort. Looks like this is the reason why the other two sects are eyeing us covetously. Lin Ling somewhat understood. In the past, the three great sects did not interfere with each other, but that was only on the surface. The Yen Emperor sect possessed the greatest secret of the flame world, and the other two great sects had long been eyeing it. However, the Yen Emperor sect's sect leader was the strongest, and they did not dare to act rashly. And now, they seemed to have found an opportunity. This was because Lin Ling had been cultivating in the Yen Emperor sect for a period of time. He knew that the sect leader had been cultivating in seclusion. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity to take advantage of the sect leader's seclusion. There are external enemies and internal strife in the Yen Emperor sect. Looks like this plan has been prepared for a long time. Lin Ling said as he looked into the distance as the Yen Emperor sect got closer and closer. There, flames soared into the sky as if the clouds were on fire. From time to time, earth-shattering roars could be heard. What should we do? What should we do? Yen Yeyu had never encountered such a situation before. At this moment, she was even more panicked. That's why it's not good to be in an environment that is too comfortable sometimes. Seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. There would never be a comfortable environment in the resplendent academy. Even if you were already very strong, your junior brothers would still secretly want to surpass you or even step on your head. The Yen Emperor sect did not have such an intense competitive atmosphere. Indeed, it was much worse. This caused the cultivators here to be slow to react to sudden events. Don't gloat. Lin Ling's tone was as if this matter did not concern him, which made Yen Yeyu very unhappy. Hee, putting on airs as the eldest senior sister? It's useless to be arrogant in front of me. It won't change anything. Seeing this, Lin Ling sneered. His words were very harsh, causing Yen Yeyu to grit her teeth. Even Yang Xiaotian felt that Lin Ling was a little too much. What they didn't know was that Lin Ling was just using this opportunity to let them grow up. You're not convinced? Fine, then tell me, who is the one who led this internal strife in the Yen Emperor sect? Lin Ling suddenly asked. Yen Yeyu's eyes narrowed. She could not answer. So, you're just a little girl in front of me. You're really not convinced? Now think about it, other than your father and you, who has the greatest authority in the Yen Emperor sect? Lin Ling asked. Could it be senior brother? Senior brother? Yen Yeyu's eyes lit up. Her senior brother was the first disciple her father had recruited in the flame world. Unfortunately, his talent was average and could not be considered a genius. However, her father cherished old friendships and had always focused on nurturing him. This caused her senior brother to have a lot of authority in the Yen Emperor sect. But why did he betray the Yen Emperor sect? I treated him like an elder brother. Yen Yeyu could not understand. You're the #1 genius in the Yen Emperor sect and also the eldest senior sister. All the disciples worship you, but they only respect him, not worship him. This means that he relied on his status and not his strength. It's a disgrace for a man to be inferior to a woman. Over time, in order to become stronger, he would definitely do something to betray her. Lin Ling muttered. He had heard a little about the eldest senior brother. Hearing this, Yen Yeyu's face turned pale. She could not accept this fact. Seeing this, Lin Ling did not say anything and continued to lead the group forward. Who is it? Yes. After an unknown period of time, an angry shout came from the front. It's me, Yen Yeyu. Yes. Yen Yeyu immediately replied. However, the other side was silent, as if they were surprised. Then a voice sounded, Eldest senior sister, aren't you going to trade? If the trade is not completed, you can't return to the Yen Emperor sect. Yes. Soon, more than 10 figures came from afar. There were 3 elders leading more than 10 disciples of the Yen Emperor sect. These people are obviously not your father's men. You should know what to do. Yes. Seeing this, Lin Ling said coldly. Those people wanted to chase Yen Yeyu away because they did not want her to ruin their business. Yen Yeyu also understood the meaning behind this, but she still frowned and said, Elder Wu, Elder Lu, I want to return to the Yen Emperor sect. Get out of my way immediately. Moreover, I can pretend that this never happened. Yes. What are you talking about? Yes. Among the crowd in front, an elder walked over. I already know that the Yen Emperor sect has betrayed us. Now, I want to return immediately. Don't stop me. Yen Yeyu said again. However, just as she finished speaking, the elder who was frowning a moment ago had a fierce look in his eyes. He took a step forward and grabbed Yen Yeyu with his big hand. Obviously, he wanted to take advantage of Yen Yeyu's carelessness to catch her instantly. Yen Yeyu did not expect that the other party would suddenly make a move. She had wanted to persuade these people to change their minds. Unfortunately, she seemed to have underestimated the human heart. We know that something has happened. Moreover, we are the ones who caused it. Eldest miss, please excuse us. The elder sneered. However, Just as his big hand was about to grab Yan Yeyu, a slap suddenly came over like a violent storm. Bang. Chapter 26:13. Run forward, don't look back. The people in the distance were stunned. Only then did they realize it was a handsome young man. I'm sorry, I'm not interested in your sect's internal strife. However, I have reached an agreement with your sect leader's daughter. Therefore, I have to help her. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He's Lin Ling, who was recommended by Elder Chen. Is he that powerful? The people in the distance were still in a daze, especially the two remaining elders. They felt like they were dreaming, because in their hearts, Lin Ling was just a disciple. Moreover, this disciple gave them the impression that he was lazy, aloof, and unambitious. Because of this, they didn't care much about this disciple. However, this lazy disciple had killed an elder. Next, I'm sorry, because you two elders are going to die. While they were still in shock, Lin Ling smiled. Accompanied by that cold smile, Lin Ling attacked. His god-demon body erupted. His fists were like meteors, and he was like a war giant. You dare to kill your master? The two elders exclaimed. Master? You're not as strong as me. Are you qualified to be my master? Moreover, a person who betrayed his own sect doesn't seem to be qualified to say that. Lin Ling's cold voice drifted over. In 2 punches, the chests of the 2 elders were penetrated. Lin Ling shook off the blood on his arm and looked at Yan Yeyu indifferently. I'll leave the rest to you. Me. Yan Yeyu opened her mouth wide. She knew that these people had betrayed the Yen Emperor sect. However, the naive her still thought that they would change their minds. Now, she wanted to kill her own people? Didn't the previous incident make you smarter? Lin Ling asked again. Hearing this, Yan Yeyu's eyes finally turned cold. The elder had suddenly attacked her, and this had taught her a lesson. Kill. Yan Yeyu's eyes flashed coldly. The remaining people were all disciples. Naturally, they weren't her match. Eldest senior sister, spare us. We were forced to do this. Those junior brothers all shouted in fear, causing Yan Yeyu to almost go easy on them. If you want to take over the Yen Emperor sect for your father, there are some things that you have to face. If you want to be a good person, then you shouldn't practice martial arts. You should find someone to marry. That's the way out. However, Lin Ling's indifferent voice also floated over. Boom, boom. In the end, Yan Yeyu killed those disciples. He lifted his head and looked at Lin Ling. Thank you. At first, she thought that Lin Ling was a demon, but she gradually understood that Lin Ling used this matter to make her grow up. He made her understand clearly that if she wanted to protect everything, her hands had to be stained with blood. Although this was difficult to accept, if she wanted to be independent, she had to bear all of this. You might not be used to it at first, but you'll get used to it slowly. Remember, if you become weak, what can those who rely on you do? Lin Ling shook his head and walked slowly towards the Yen Emperor sect's mountain gate. Looking at Lin Ling's back, Yan Yeyu's eyes flickered. That lonely back gave her the feeling that he had walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. What kind of man is this? At this moment, Yan Yeyu worshipped Lin Ling even more. Behind her, Yang Shan and the rest were stunned. However, they seemed to have grown up quietly. At this moment, on the stairs leading to the Yen Emperor sect, there were corpses everywhere. Moreover, there were flames burning on the ground. Damn it, that's Elder Fu. He spent his whole life working hard for the Yen Emperor sect. He's dead. Grandma Hu, it's me, Shaon. Answer me. Junior brother Yang. Looking at those dead people, Yan Yeyu's eyes turned red. Yang Xiaodian and the rest even cried because those who died were their friends. They had left them with countless smiles. Suddenly, they understood even more why Lin Ling had asked them to be heartless earlier. There are more people who don't want to die. You'd better hurry up. Also, such a big thing has happened. Is your father still not coming out? At this moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted over from the stairs. My father is in seclusion in the flame wheel. Other than me, no one can inform him. Therefore, he definitely doesn't know about this. Yan Yeyu raised her head and said. Lin Ling nodded and said, no wonder they didn't want you to come back. So that's why. Go inform your father immediately and quell the rebellion. Okay. Yan Yeyu nodded immediately and rushed up the stairs with Lin Ling and the rest. However, when they rushed up, they immediately realized that the Yen Emperor sect was even more chaotic. There were battles everywhere. The arrival of Lin Ling and the others immediately attracted the attention of many people. Some people were overjoyed while others were enraged. Damn it. Shouldn't Yan Yeyu have died on the way? A tall, calm-looking man frowned and said. He had a square face. Even though he was furious at this moment, he didn't give off a dignified aura. When he smiled, he looked even more approachable. He was the eldest senior brother of the Yen Emperor sect, Jianghu. He was also the first disciple of the sect leader. His seniority wasn't low. However, this approachable eldest senior brother was the mastermind of the rebellion. Moreover, he had planned for a few years for today's matter and bought over a lot of people's hearts. As the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. Kill her. Soon, Jiang Gaofei shouted angrily. This was because if Yan Yeyu woke up the sect leader, things would be troublesome. After he finished speaking, he was the first to pounce on Yan Yeyu. Moreover, after he made his move, a few elders also attacked crazily. Xiaoyu, be careful. On the other side, Elder Qin and the rest who were still fighting against the traitors shouted. Stop them. They wanted to help, but even more people stopped them. Obviously, the traitors knew that Yan Yeyu was the key. If she was alive, all the traitors would be buried with her. For their lives, they were willing to risk it all. When a person risked his life, his combat strength could be stimulated to 30%. This caused Elder Chen and the rest to be unable to free themselves. Yan Yeyu was stunned. In front of her, the sky was covered in flames. The aura was so terrifying that she didn't know what to do. This wasn't because she was useless. It was the first time in her life that she had encountered such a terrifying attack. Why are you in a daze? Go and tell your father. However, at this moment, a cold voice came from the side. It was Lin Ling. But how do I get there? Yan Yeyu replied immediately. Run forward. Don't look back. Remember, keep running. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. There were too many people attacking him. It was difficult for him to fend them off. However, at this moment, he didn't have any other choice. Yan Yeyu's eyes widened. She didn't believe Lin Ling's words. Hurry up and run. Don't be so wishy-washy. Lin Ling shouted angrily. Yan Yeyu finally ran away. Moreover, she was running towards the huge amount of flames in front of her. It seemed like she was courting death. Xiaoyu, eldest miss. Elder Chen and the rest couldn't wait to become stronger so that they could protect eldest Mississippi. However, at the crucial moment, Lin Ling made his move. Chapter 26:14. The sect leader had come out of seclusion. At this moment, he finally drew his sword. Although he couldn't unleash the full power of the tyrannical song sword, he could still increase Lin Ling's strength by a lot. The sword was drawn like an azura. Boom. A sword light flashed and a huge sword pillar slashed out horizontally, splitting the flaming clouds in front of them into two, forming a terrifying explosion. Of course, those exploding flames also engulfed Lin Ling and Yan Yeyu at the same time. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What happened? Is little Yu dead? Elder Chen's eyes also turned red. But at this moment, a figure rushed out from the remaining flames and ran forward without looking back. It was Yan Yeyu. She was fine. What? Cries of surprise rang out one after another. Everyone was in disbelief. Kill. Jiang Gaofei's eyes turned red as he roared. This made the traitors extremely anxious as they unleashed their ultimate techniques to engulf Yan Yeyu. Because their life and death depended on this moment. But at this moment, the sword light flashed. All of the flames were blocked, and they actually could not touch a single hair of flaming leaf feather. In the flames, a man stood there as if he had been reborn. His slender body was infinitely taller, causing everyone to stop breathing. A sword was tightly gripped in his hand. One man and one sword, guarding Yan Yeyu as if he was guarding the flame world. This terrifying scene made the crowd wonder if this was the descent of the flame god? Who is this person? Kill him immediately. Kill. The panic on Jiang Gaofei's face grew. It was because of this person that Yen Yiyu was safe and sound. So, the first thing to do was to kill him. It's him. Kill. Only Elder Chen saw clearly who the handsome man was. It was Lin Ling, whom he had personally recommended. After Lin Ling had been recommended by him, the entire Yen Emperor sect had been against it. However, he had supported Lin Ling wholeheartedly and endured the mockery and opposition of the elders. Now, everything he had done was worth it. He didn't misjudge him. Today, the person who had saved the Yen Emperor sect was Lin Ling, whom he valued highly. At this moment, his eyes also became moist. Bang bang bang. However, even more flames landed on Lin Ling's body as if they wanted to burn him alive. An ant can kill an elephant. Lin Ling was also bleeding from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were still cold. Moreover, he didn't take a single step back and blocked all the wind and rain. At that moment, the boundary spirit in his body grew frantically, transforming into the boundary river. Lin Ling. At the moment, Yen Yiyu was still running. However, she could sense that the man protecting her was currently facing a terrifying attack. She finally knew why Lin Ling told her to keep running. It was because Lin Ling would protect her. She only needed to imagine Lin Ling. Don't look back. As her tears fell, a weak voice entered her ears. It was Lin Ling's voice. I'm sorry I wronged you. Yen Yiyu gritted her teeth and stubbornly ran towards the direction of Yanlun. She knew that if she delayed any longer, Lin Ling would die. She had to inform her father immediately. She was the only one in the entire Yen Emperor sect who knew where Yanlun was. Only with the key could she get close to Yanlun. Bastard, who is that bastard? Why is his defense so strong? Burn him! Seeing that his plan had failed, Jianghu let out a ferocious roar. He had never expected that the plan he had prepared for so many years would be ruined by a single person. Most importantly, he didn't know that person at all. He also didn't know when such an expert had appeared in the Yen Emperor sect. The others were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. They unleashed all their strength and attacked Lin Ling. A huge blazing sun appeared in the vast square and engulfed Lin Ling. Lin Ling! Elder Chen shouted crazily. Thinking of the past youth, his heart was filled with guilt. Lin Ling! Yang Xiaoyan's eyes were also filled with tears. She also didn't expect that the person who saved the Yen Emperor sect today was the drunkard she had unintentionally saved. The terrifying blazing sun exploded completely. It was earth-shattering, and a bottomless hole was created in the square. This made many people shake their heads. This time, Lin Ling should be dead. At this moment, the temperature in the distance suddenly rose. It even caused the ground to melt. Sect leader has come out of seclusion. Sensing the terrifying aura, Elder Chen and the others couldn't help but be overjoyed. Sure enough, a dazzling flame shot over from afar like a meteor. After it landed on the ground, it actually caused the surrounding houses to melt. After that, a man whose entire body was covered in flames appeared on the ground. He stood there quietly, seemingly causing even the air to melt. This was the sect leader's innate talent, the divine physique heavenly origin flash flame. The divine physique was an existence that surpassed the awakened divine physique. The only characteristic of this innate talent was its temperature. The terrifying temperature could reach 10,000 degrees, 100,000 degrees, or even 1,000,000 degrees. Warriors wouldn't even be able to get close to him, let alone fight with him. This was the most ancient warrior of the flame world, and also one of the 3 great kings of the flame world, Yen Shan King. In the flame world, he was the strongest. His innate talent was so strong that even Lin Ling couldn't compare to him. In reality, in terms of ultimate flame Dao, he wasn't stronger than Lin Ling. However, he had cultivated in the flame world fragment for many years and had the advantage of time and place. That was why his innate talent surpassed Lin Ling. His arrival caused the entire square to fall silent. Father! Yen Yiyu rushed over from behind, his eyes filled with tears. I know. The dazzling light gradually disappeared, and finally, it turned into a burly man. He had a square face, and his hands were behind his back. Master! Master! Seeing the man, Jiang Gaofei's face turned pale. He was very dispirited. No matter what ambition he had, when he saw his master again, he subconsciously lost all thoughts of resistance. Kneel down. Yen Shanqing's eyes were extremely cold. Then he roared, "Master, listen to my explanation." Jiang Gaofei was even more frightened and hurriedly shouted, "You don't have to explain. Just take it that I have misjudged you." Yen Shanqing roared. He glanced at all the traders and said again, "All of you, kneel down." Following his voice, an unparalleled majesty spread out. Putong putong. All the traders knelt down, including Jiang Gaofei. At this moment, they had obviously failed and didn't control the Flame Emperor sect. "Sect Master." Elder Chen and the rest hurriedly bowed, and Yen Shanqing nodded. "Lin Ling, where is Lin Ling?" At this moment, Yen Yiyu's anxious voice sounded, and he looked at Elder Chen and the rest. Elder Chen and the rest instantly became gloomy. They didn't answer Yen Yiyu's words, but looked at the huge pit in the middle of the square. At this moment, Yen Yiyu seemed to have guessed something. She seemed to have been struck by lightning. Lin Ling was dead. Chapter 26:15. The Secret of the Flaming Wheel. Run forward, don't look back. The young man's firm voice resounded in her mind. Unfortunately, it was his last words. She felt as if she had lost all her strength. She walked towards the pit and knelt down. "Lin Ling, I did it. I didn't look back. I grew up. Come it." She let out a heart-wrenching voice. Seeing this, Elder Chen and the rest shed tears. They knew that if it wasn't for Lin Ling, they wouldn't have been able to escape today. That mysterious young man had saved the entire Yen Emperor sect today. What happened? Yen Shan Emperor frowned and asked. However, Yen Yiyu was already sobbing. He looked at the rest and Yang Xiaodian and the rest told him everything, including the fact that Lin Ling had allowed them to grow and helped them take charge of their own affairs, and so on. Boom. After knowing what had happened, Yen Shan Emperor's heart was pounding. His face was filled with guilt. As the sect leader, he didn't know anything about the calamity that befell the Yen Emperor sect. Instead, the one who saved the Yen Emperor sect was a stranger. In order to save his daughter, the young man blocked the attacks of all the traders and sacrificed himself to save her. What kind of noble sentiment was this? For a moment, the entire Yen Emperor sect was silent. Everyone remembered the name Lin Ling. However, the Lin Ling in their hearts didn't die. Instead, he was running towards the flaming wheel. Those guys are really ruthless. He quickly crossed the ground and said gloomily, because his goal was the flaming wheel. Hence, after Yen Shan Emperor left the flaming wheel, he secretly rushed towards the mysterious place. He couldn't guarantee that Yen Shan Emperor wouldn't stop him after knowing his goal. Hence, this was the perfect opportunity. Of course, if he knew what had happened in the square, he would be speechless. Although he hadn't recovered his strength, those guys weren't qualified to kill him. If only those old fogies' attacks were a little stronger. I'll definitely enter the true god realm. In fact, Lin Ling even sensed that he was only one thickness away from the true god realm. Is the flame wheel here? Not long after, Lin Ling arrived in front of a cave. The cave was pitch black and looked extremely ordinary. If he had not sensed that Yen Shan Emperor came out from this cave, he would not have guessed that Yen Lun was here. After that, Lin Ling shot into the cave. The cave was very ordinary at first, but as they went deeper, flames began to appear on the ground, walls, and ceiling. What was surprising was that these flames were not hot, and they were extremely ancient. This seems to be the place where the infernal god and the fire god fought. Lin Ling was secretly excited. The flame world was shattered because of the battle between the two gods. But the flame world was very big. If he could find the place where the battle took place, it would be a fatal help to fire-type martial artists. Along the way, Lin Ling gradually discovered that there were quite a few caves in the surroundings. They were densely packed, and all of them were burning with flames, as if they were veins. And all the caves were gathered in a huge space. When Lin Ling arrived at the space, he was shocked to discover that it was no longer in the flame world fragment, but in the universal void. In the universal void, a huge heart was jumping. Every time it jumped, circles of flame wheels would appear. Most importantly, the heart was very big, as if it was the heart of a giant. Is this the heart of the infernal god? At this time, a surprised voice suddenly sounded. Lin Ling was stunned, and then he laughed happily. The voice came from his body. It was Queen Qianji. I say, can you not be so surprised? You will scare me to death. Thinking about how Queen Qianji had protected him through the huge whirlpool, Lin Ling felt warm in his heart. Che, you can scare me to death. Who knows how many people will die in the universal void? Queen Qianji laughed. Lin Ling shrugged and asked casually, when did you wake up? When those old guys attacked you, I woke up. Speaking of which, the elders of the Yan Emperor sect seem to think that you are dead. Queen Qianji replied. Who cares? Anyway, I have helped the Yan Emperor sect. It is reasonable for the Yan Emperor sect to repay my kindness. So, it is not a big deal to check out their forbidden area. Lin Ling said as he walked. When he arrived in front of the huge heart, the heart was still jumping, and flame wheels were still emitting from it. What is the secret of this flame wheel? Lin Ling frowned. He did not understand why the evil flame wheel was so interested in the heart. However, after seeing it with his own eyes, he did not find anything strange about it. Badump, badump. At this time, the heart was beating even faster. Lin Ling, be careful. Queen Qianji also noticed the change in the situation. I did not expect that someone would find the heart of the infernal god. At this time, a faint voice could be heard. Then, a fiery red light gathered in front of the heart and formed a fiery red figure. The figure's facial features could not be seen. It was covered in flames and looked very mysterious. True God Martial Spirit. At the same time, Lin Ling exclaimed. The fiery red figure was the martial artist's true God Martial Soul, and it was extremely powerful. You are quite knowledgeable. The figure was surprised. He did not expect the young man in front of him to know his origin. So powerful. This true God Martial Spirit must have been an expert at the peak of the true God realm when he was alive. Lin Ling, be careful. If he wants to harm us, we will not be able to stop him. Queen Qianji sent a telepathic message to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. He suddenly realized that the man had nothing to do with the heart. He must have accidentally entered this place and was attracted by the heart. After that, he wanted to refine the heart. In fact, his guess was correct. Where are you from? Are you from the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace? The figure asked suddenly. Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He was more familiar with the figure's origin. The figure came from the Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace. The Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace seemed to have a path that led to the Flame World Fragment. The Eight Gods' Heavenly Palace was a secret place that even Li Xiaoyao could not understand. It contained the secrets of the universe. If anyone could obtain it, they would be able to dominate the land of the 9 states. Speak. Seeing that Lin Ling seemed to be thinking about something, the figure immediately attacked violently. The moment he attacked, the entire void trembled. His strength was terrifying. This was only the strength of a true God Martial Spirit. If that person had a physical body, he would be able to combine his martial spirit with his physical body. His strength would be doubled. This kind of powerhouse was not someone that Lin Ling could resist at the moment. Lin Ling, run. Queen Qianji jumped out from Lin Ling's body and tried to stop the mysterious expert. Of course, it was just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Even Lin Ling did not expect that there would be such a powerful cultivator hidden within the wheel of flame. However, just as the powerful cultivator was about to grab Lin Ling, a sudden change occurred. Boom! A terrifying flame aura burst out from Lin Ling's body. Colorful flames burned and gradually formed a huge coffin. Chapter 26:16. The Man in the Flame Coffin. Most importantly, the flame coffin wasn't summoned by Lin Ling, but by itself. When the mysterious flame coffin appeared, not only Lin Ling, but even the mysterious expert's heart tightened. Everyone could sense an ancient aura emanating from the blazing coffin. Ka-ka-ka. At this moment, the coffin emitted a deafening sound. The lid of the coffin quietly opened, and a flaming arm covered in scales stretched out from the coffin. Oh, wake up! With just a single sentence, the void trembled. What is this? Why is it that even I am trembling with fear? What is this? That mysterious expert exclaimed. He had been practicing fire attribute martial arts for many years, and his strength was monstrous. Even the heart of the flame god was almost refined by him. But now, the coffin was also a fire attribute, but it gave him a feeling of worship. And this coffin came from that young man. What exactly did that young man do? However, Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to him because he didn't know what had happened either. Die. Sensing that the situation was getting worse, the true divinity martial spirit made its move. Moreover, its target was Lin Ling. In his opinion, as long as he killed Lin Ling, this strange flame coffin would disappear. Seeing this, Lin Ling's face turned cold. However, at this moment, the huge flaming coffin swam over and broke apart inch by inch. It actually turned into pieces of armor and enveloped Lin Ling. What is this? Lin Ling couldn't react in time. Of course, the true god martial spirit and Qianji Queen were the same. Qianji Queen subconsciously rushed toward Lin Ling, completely forgetting that she couldn't stop the mysterious flaming coffin. Boom! Unfortunately, a scorching flame suddenly exploded and blew the Thousand Fate Queen away. Those flames were not Lin Ling's flames, because Lin Ling's flames were not that powerful. Crackle! At the same time, the sound of burning flames also sounded, and it was as ear-piercing as thunder. Queen Qianji quickly regained control of her body. However, she saw that the place where Lin Ling was standing was still burning. She wondered how Lin Ling was doing. The true god martial spirit sensed that something was wrong. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only look at Queen Qianji. Killing one was still one. If something unexpected happened later, it would save him some trouble. However, just as he was about to move, a muffled sound was heard. The flames in front of him began to shrink, and gradually, a flaming coffin appeared. Most importantly, the lid of the coffin was slowly pushed open, and an arm covered in red scales silently stretched out. Moreover, as if the ancient flame demon had awakened, a man crawled out of the flame coffin. This man had long red hair like a sea urchin. His entire body was covered in red scales, and wisps of flames were lingering around him like smoke. Even the flames had turned into smoke. This showed how terrifying this man was. Most importantly, his face was Lin Ling's face. Queen Qianji and the true god martial spirit were stunned by this scene. In fact, they were scared out of their wits. "I'm back," the man said in a deep voice with a smile on his face. That smile gave people a sense of evilness. Moreover, the aura on his body was ancient as if he came from the ancient era. Say, Senior. The true god martial spirit was terrified. The man's aura was too terrifying. Although he was at the peak of the true god realm in the past, he was sure that the man was someone who had surpassed the true god realm. "I'm not called Senior. I'm called Evil Flame God." The man smiled gently as he looked at the true god martial spirit. Without any movement, he appeared in front of the true god martial spirit in an instant. His speed was definitely faster than the speed of 10 worlds. Spare my life." The true god martial spirit was trembling. He could not even speak properly. He had never thought that he would encounter such a situation while he was refining the flame god's heart. "You can leave now." While he was still in shock, the evil-looking man suddenly laughed. "All right, thank you, Senior, for not killing me." The true god martial spirit seized the opportunity and hurriedly shot into the distance. His speed was also very fast. However, just as his martial spirit moved, an arm covered with scales grabbed him. Colorful flames burned at the same time, forming a huge coffin. It wanted to seal the true god martial spirit in the coffin. "Senior, didn't you say that I can leave now?" The true god martial spirit was panicking. He could not break free from the coffin's shackles. "You can leave now, but I didn't say that I won't kill you." However, the man's next sentence made the true god martial spirit feel that this ancient evil flame god was simply a temperamental existence. "Of course, you and I have no enmity. I don't like to kill the innocent. If you didn't call me Senior, I would have let you go." The true god martial spirit was terrified because he had called the man Senior instead of Lord Evil Flame God. This meant that he was going to die. I'm not willing. The true god martial spirit shouted angrily. He was so close to getting the heart of the flame god. Unfortunately, an ordinary-looking young man came with an evil item, which ruined his plan. Boom! It was as if an ancient flame had exploded. The coffin completely covered the true god martial spirit. Then it exploded, and everything was burned to ashes. An ancient martial artist at the peak of the true god realm had fallen here. Far away, Queen Qianji covered her mouth. She could not believe what had just happened. Previously, the true god martial spirit was so domineering that it could dominate everything. That was the truth. The true god martial spirit not only dominated them, but also the entire flame world. However, after the evil-looking man appeared, the domineering existence was sealed in the coffin and burned to ashes. While she was still in shock, the man had already appeared in front of Queen Qianji. She was stunned. She had to admit that the man was very beautiful. His body was covered in red armor, and his long hair was draped over his shoulders. He looked like a real infernal god. However, he was the dark side of the infernal god, the evil flame god. If she did not feel that the evil flame god was temperamental, she might have been tempted by him. Little girl, you can leave now. The man smiled gently. You'll kill me? Queen Qianji did not move. The true god martial spirit was a good example. I hate smart women. You could have left, but I've changed my mind. The man shook his head. What was terrifying was that he wanted to kill Queen Qianji, but he could find some excuses to make her tremble in fear. However, he was so powerful that she could not do anything to him. You dare to kill her? However, just as the man was about to attack, a furious voice was heard. The man's expression changed drastically, and his eyes kept changing. Sometimes he looked evil. Sometimes he looked determined. It was as if he had a split personality. Chapter 26:17. Fight to protect. I definitely want to reach the top of Huanyu, but I can't kill the innocent. Another voice rang out. It was filled with determination, and it came from a man's body. Lin Ling. Queen Qianji could tell that it was Lin Ling's voice. Furthermore, evil infernal god? It had to be known that Lin Ling cultivated the demonic flame transformation. Could it be that his cultivation method had mutated, and he had given birth to his own soul? Foolish! The man roared. If you don't kill them all, how can you become a god? Trash doesn't have the right to live. You are the ignorant one. They are the motivation for me to become strong. Without them, where would I be today? I, Lin Ling, tell you no matter who you are, I am the owner of this body. No one can change my principles. Lin Ling's voice also came out crazily, with an unprecedented firmness. He rose from Gu Yen's sect and fought for the sake of protecting. This was his principle and his motivation to become strong. He would never slaughter his family and friends for the sake of becoming stronger, because those were not burdens, but forbidden areas in his heart that could not be violated. You don't have the right to talk about me. That man also roared angrily, his imposing manner extremely strong. Look at the top of your head and see what it is. Lin Ling's voice became hysterical, causing the man to look up. Above his head, a huge divine steel smashed down with a loud bang. Its terrifying aura was even more terrifying than the heart in the distance. The space-time steel. The man's eyes were filled with deep fear. He had just awakened and wanted to seize Lin Ling's body to revive himself in this world. But who would have thought that Lin Ling would have such an ancient artifact? Boom! The gigantic divine steel of time and space smashed down, causing the void to tremble and sparks to fly in all directions. You can deny my words, but you will understand in the future. The man let out a cry of indignation. In the end, he was smashed down by the space-time divine steel. From afar, he looked like a tombstone. On the other hand, Queen Qianji witnessed the shocking scene with her own eyes. She stood there blankly without saying a word for a long time. This area of space seemed to have fallen silent. Only the heart in the distance continued to beat, adding a strange atmosphere. Lin Ling, are you all right? After some time, Queen Qianji finally reacted. She let out a worried voice. She had also guessed what had happened. It should be that the evil infernal god had awakened and wanted to take over Lin Ling's body and consciousness. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's tenacity exceeded the evil infernal god's expectations. Kakaka. At this moment, the space-time divine steel slowly floated up. A man covered in blood lifted the space-time divine steel. It was a ghastly sight. You're Lin Ling? Or the evil infernal god? Queen Qianji's heart skipped a beat. I'm Lin Ling. The man originally had his head down, but at this moment, he slowly raised his head. His face was cold, but his eyes were firm. However, that pair of eyes no longer contained the madness and evil intent. It was Lin Ling's gaze. Seeing this, Queen Qianji finally felt relieved. Lin Ling lifted the space-time divine steel with both hands. He held the space-time divine steel with one hand and walked forward step by step. Waves of terrifying aura spread out from his body. Queen Qianji was stunned. She was a middle true immortal realm expert, but when she saw Lin Ling, she felt that she could not fight him. That guy is the evil infernal god that was summoned by the evil flame change. No wonder it wanted to come here. The fire element spiritual energy here is dense enough for it to awaken. Lin Ling said as he walked. He was very clear that there were two reasons why he could suppress the evil flame god. Firstly, the evil flame transformation was something he had cultivated. The evil flame transformation couldn't kill him, it could only seize his body and consciousness. Second, it was the space-time divine steel. However, that guy was not dead. It had just fallen into a deep sleep again. You've broken through to the next realm. Queen Qianji sensed Lin Ling's terrifying aura. Yes. Lin Ling nodded. Now that both of his Dantians had reached the first stage of True God realm, his strength was 3 times stronger than before. Of course, Lin Ling was able to successfully break through to the next realm because he had been on the verge of breaking through for a long time. Second, the evil infernal god had taken over his body and given him some power. However, Queen Qianji could see that Lin Ling's eyes were filled with anger. Obviously, if the evil infernal god had taken over his body, Lin Ling would no longer be Lin Ling. He would kill his family and friends just to become a god. Obviously, this had touched Lin Ling's reverse scale. That guy won't be able to come out for now. With the space-time divine steel, he won't dare to be too arrogant. However, I know that he has been trying to take over my consciousness and change me. Lin Ling kept the space-time divine steel and said coldly. The evil infernal god had been hiding in Lin Ling's skill. It was like a ticking time bomb. However, Lin Ling was confident that one day he would be able to take over the evil infernal god's consciousness. Heart of the infernal god. Then, Lin Ling looked at the beating heart in front of him, and a smile finally appeared on his face. He did not expect that after coming to the Wheel of Flames, he would be the final winner. Moreover, his strength had been restored and increased greatly. This made him want to roar at the sky. The heart of the infernal god belongs to me. Lin Ling moved and shot towards the heart that was floating in the void, gradually disappearing into it. Seeing this, Queen Qianji was happy for Lin Ling. Lin Ling had sacrificed so much, and now he was finally reaping the rewards. The mysterious heart was hanging in the sky and beating. Every time it beat, a wheel of flames would spread out. It was extremely mysterious. This ancient heart of the infernal god was actually one of the infernal god's hearts. It had divine power that could not be underestimated. Without the true god martial spirit, Lin Ling would need a long time to refine it. However, the true god martial spirit was already 90% refined. Therefore, Lin Ling took advantage of the situation and successfully refined it. At this moment, his second dantian exploded. The space-time flame was roaring. Moreover, the ancient heart was moving because of the flame. The flame wheel that came out of his heart had also turned into a myriad of colors at this moment. The heart of the infernal god seemed to have completely merged with the space-time flame. Kid, a man of great ambition does not care about trifles. I'm doing this for your own good. At this moment, the evil infernal god's voice sounded again. It actually entered the heart. I was born from the evil infernal transformation that you cultivated. I am you and you are me. Give me your consciousness and let us merge into one. A large amount of flames floated out from the heart and finally condensed into a figure. It was Lin Ling's figure. However, it was different from the real Lin Ling. It was more emotionless and cold. Get lost. At this moment, Lin Ling sensed the scene in his dantian. He shouted angrily. The space-time divine steel appeared in his right eye and swam towards his dantian. Finally, it fiercely suppressed the heart. Sooner or later, you will understand. Chapter 26:18. His strength had increased tremendously. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Although he had refined the infernal god's heart, it had turned into the infernal god's heart. Luckily, both the infernal god's heart and the infernal god's heart had merged with the space-time flames. Therefore, the space-time divine steel could suppress everything. As long as he did not use the heart of the infernal god would not be able to come out. I didn't expect my second dantian to condense a true god martial soul. Lin Ling exclaimed inwardly. True god realm cultivators possessed a true god martial soul, but not everyone could comprehend it. However, Lin Ling's flame Dao had it, and it was the heart of the infernal god. The heart of the infernal god is not to be underestimated. If I use it, I will be able to unleash a terrifying power. Lin Ling said. Not only had he broken through, but he had also discovered that his talent had reached the 9th grade awakened divine physique. Moreover, his ultimate flame Dao had reached the perfection stage of the true realm of Dao. This allowed Lin Ling to easily cultivate the 4th stage of the demonic flame change, heaven and earth change. This stage could be said to be the watershed of the demonic flame's 6 transformations. It raised one's cultivation by 1 whole true god realm and reached the speed of 4 realms. If Lin Ling used the heart of the infernal god, he did not know how strong he would be. At least, Lin Ling would not be afraid of a 3rd-level true god realm cultivator, and he would be able to kill him easily. I cultivate essence, qi, and spirit. In the qi realm, I have already met the requirements of the next stage of the chaos divine formula. Only my physical strength and soul power have not met the requirements. Otherwise, I would have formed a 3rd dantian. Lin Ling was looking forward to it. With 2 dantians, he could already defeat many experts. What if he had 3 dantians? Then Lin Ling stood up. You're awake. At the same time, Thousand Traps Queen could not help but laugh. She could feel that Lin Ling's strength had increased once again. Not only was he invincible in the same realm, but he could also defeat a 2nd-level true god realm cultivator. She had been following Lin Ling all this time and had witnessed Lin Ling's growth with her own eyes. She knew how monstrous Lin Ling was. After all, Lin Ling had not even been in the martial god realm for 1,000 years, yet he had already stepped into the true immortal realm. Moreover, he was an existence that could not be underestimated in the early stage. We can go home now. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled slightly. Thinking of everything that had happened before, he immediately felt a sense of joy after suffering. Do you know how to get back? Hearing this, Queen Qianji's eyes lit up. There are 2 paths back here. One leads to the 4th floor of the 8 Gods' heavenly palace, and the other is the path that the sect leader of the Yen Emperor sect and the others came from. The end of the 2nd path is also the huge whirlpool where the worlds collide. Others don't dare to pass through that huge whirlpool, but we have already experienced it once. I think it won't stop us a 2nd time. Lin Ling said confidently. He had the 10,000 mammoths' demonic eyes, which allowed him to see through everything in the universe. This was something that no one could compare to. After that, he led Queen Qianji forward. There were many caves in the void, and one of them led to the huge whirlpool. However, just as Lin Ling was about to step into the huge whirlpool, he stopped. What's wrong? Queen Qianji could not help but ask. It's all thanks to the Yen Emperor sect that I was able to increase my strength so quickly. It would be immoral for me to just leave like this. So, I might as well pay them a visit. Lin Ling smiled, which made Queen Qianji shake her head helplessly. You don't trust them, right? Why are you looking for excuses? You are a righteous person. However, even though she said that, she knew that this was the difference between Lin Ling and Xie Yenshin. Think what you want. Lin Ling curled his lips, turned around, and headed towards the Yen Emperor sect. This was because he suddenly remembered that the Yen Emperor sect's betrayal did not happen suddenly. It was a plan that had been prepared for a long time. Most importantly, if it was an internal conflict, the sect leader of the Yen Emperor sect could solve it. But what if it was a war between the three sects? That would be hard to say. I just made a breakthrough in my cultivation. I hope that the experts in this fragment of the flame world can give me a surprise. Lin Ling's confident voice floated out of the cave. At this moment, everyone in the Yen Emperor sect could finally put down their worries. Now that the sect leader had come out of seclusion, all the disasters would be suppressed. Jiang Gaofei, what else do you have to say? At this moment, the Yen Shan king put his hands behind his back and looked at the traitor who was kneeling on the ground. All the traitors lowered their heads, and their faces were ashen. Even their eldest senior brother, Jiang Gaofei, was the same. Traitor, what else do you have to say? The crowd roared furiously as well. They hated Jiang Gaofei because their family and friends had all died in this calamity. Jiang Gaofei was kneeling on the ground with his head lowered. No one knew what he was thinking. What else do I have to say? Master, I have sacrificed so much blood and sweat for the Yen Emperor sect in my life. I have been so loyal and devoted. But what have I gotten in return? He suddenly said to himself. Don't tell me that I haven't put enough blood and sweat into you? Have I neglected you? The Yen Shan king said coldly. Ha! Jiang Gaofei raised his head and couldn't help but laugh. What's the use of blood and sweat? What I want is respect, respect from the bottom of my heart. Do you know how I've been through all these years? When those junior brothers entered the sect, I taught them martial arts, and they were extremely respectful to me. But in the days that followed, they surpassed me. When I taught them again, they said to me, eldest senior brother, you're too weak. You can't even learn this bit of martial arts. I'd better ask eldest senior sister for guidance. That kind of sarcasm, that kind of contempt, who would know? The entire Yen Emperor sect looked down on me, thinking that I was just lucky. If I wasn't the first disciple to become master's disciple, I wouldn't even be qualified to be a guard disciple. Jiang Gaofei's eyes were red. So, you betrayed the Yen Emperor sect and killed your junior brothers? The Yen Shan king said angrily. Yes, they mocked me in the past. Today I will make them pay the price. I, Jiang Gaofei, am not someone who can be bullied. I am also a man. Jiang Gaofei seemed to have thrown caution to the wind and laughed crazily. Then let me ask you, without me, what kind of person would you be? However, the next sentence of the Yen Shan king stunned Jiang Gaofei. Without the Yen Shan king, he would just be an ordinary person in the flame world. He wouldn't be able to enjoy the feeling of being above others. Let me ask you again, even if your talent is ordinary, have I ever mistreated you all these years? The Yen Shan king said again. Jiang Gaofei had no words to refute. The Yen Shan king valued friendship. Jiang Gaofei was his first disciple. Hence, he had never mistreated this disciple. You don't understand. I want to dominate the flame world with my strength, not with master's reputation. Yen Shan king, since you brought me into the world of martial arts, you should make me the strongest. You are not worthy of being my master. However, Jiang Gaofei didn't feel guilty. Instead, he shouted angrily and for the first time, he called the Yen Shan king by his name. Chapter 26:19. The enemy is here. Bastard. Elder Chen and the rest couldn't take it anymore and scolded. Sigh. Yen Shan king let out a long sigh. He couldn't help but admit that he was an unqualified master. However, Jiang Gaofei stood up and laughed arrogantly. Yen Shan Emperor, I know that you're going to kill me today. Since that's the case, our relationship as master and disciple is over. Don't blame me for being merciless, you're the one who forced me to do this. Moreover, as a master, you killed your disciple. Who can be more cold-blooded than you? Today, all of you must die. All of you are jealous of me and want me dead. You won't live past today. Jiang Gaofei became hysterical as he roared again and again. Yen Shan Emperor and the rest frowned. Jiang Gaofei, what did he mean? Jiang Gaofei, you're really disappointing. At this moment, a cold voice came from the sky. Then, a large number of figures came from afar. They were from Meiyu sect and Taichu sect. Moreover, the leaders of the two sects came personally. This was the gathering of the three leaders of the flame world. This was the first time many people saw the three strongest cultivators of the flame world together. Old Mei, Taichu, what's the meaning of this? Yan Shan Emperor looked at the sky and frowned. I think we don't have to waste time explaining. An old man in a Taoist robe said calmly. There was a flaming moon embroidered on the back of his robe. He was the leader of Meiyu sect. In fact, Yan Shan Emperor had already guessed it. He looked at Jiang Gaofei and asked, You colluded with them? Yan Shan Emperor, it's too late for you to know. Jiang Gaofei immediately sneered, causing Elder Chen and the others to curse him. This was simply a cruel and unscrupulous beast. Most importantly, he obviously wanted to seize the Yan Emperor sect, but he acted like a victim. It was extremely shameless. Jiang Gaofei, I asked you to take control of the Flame Emperor sect. It's such a simple task and you can't even do it. You're really useless. The leader of Taichu sect said. According to their plan, Jiang Gaofei would take control of the Flame Emperor sect, and then they would come and kill Yan Shan Emperor. Who knew that it would still fail? A cockroach ruined my plans. Hearing the sect leader's words, Jiang Gaofei immediately said angrily. The cockroach in his words was Lin Ling. In his opinion, that Lin Ling was simply a lowly commoner among lowly commoners. He actually dragged down such a noble person like him. Alright, let's talk about this later. The two sect leaders spoke at the same time. Then, they looked at Yan Shan King. In the past, we made an agreement to control the flame world together. However, you, Yan Shan King, were too greedy. You took over the flame wheel and the mines. Hence, don't blame us for being merciless today. So that's how it is. You've been eyeing us covetously for a long time. What's with the excuses? Flame Flash King was not surprised by their ambition. In fact, he had been wary of them for a long time. It was just that they were not as strong as him, so he did not fear them. Let's cut the crap. Let's fight. The two sect leaders immediately unleashed their powerful auras, causing the flames to soar into the sky. Then they walked towards Flame Flash King. Sect Master. Many disciples of the Yan Emperor sect started to worry. It's all right. The sect master's strength is above theirs. They are here to die. Elder Chen said confidently. This was because this was not the first time such a battle had happened. In the past, the sect master had returned victorious. Moreover, the sect master was magnanimous. Every time he won, he did not kill the other party. This was because the sect master cared that the other party came from the same world and was from the same hometown. This was a secret of the Yan Emperor sect. Not many people knew about it. However, they did not know that this time, the other party came prepared. They were obviously very confident. Boom! The sect master of the Meiyu sect emitted a powerful aura. It was as if a flame god was floating in the sky. Fourth level true god? You have broken through? Flame Flash King was originally very confident. However, at this moment, his expression changed drastically. The other party's cultivation level was higher than his. I used all the flame crystals in the sect to cultivate. I forcefully broke through so that I could defeat an old man like you. The sect master of the Meiyu sect roared proudly. Flame Flash King, to think that you would have such a day. The other sect master also shouted angrily. He raised both his hands and countless sparks of flames poured out. These flames were very small, like dust. However, when they landed on the bodies of the crowd, they immediately felt that the energy in their bodies was suppressed. They could not use any spiritual energy. Didn't you promise me that you would not devour the talent? Seeing this, Flame Flash King's expression turned ugly. This was because he had used the illusory demon flame, a level 9 awakened godly body. This demon flame was born in the flame world and was not very powerful. However, this talent had a fatal advantage. It could suppress all fire elemental talents and prevent fire elemental martial artists from using spiritual energy. In the past, Flame Flash King had seen this talent. However, because it could only suppress fire elemental martial artists, it had too many flaws. Therefore, he did not use it and even sealed the talent. Who knew that the sect master of the Taichu sect would violate the agreement and secretly refine the talent? This meant that it would be difficult for the sect master to change his talent. If he left this place, his strength would be limited. Any martial artist could defeat him. Only fire elemental martial artists would be suppressed by him. Although this talent is of little value, I have thought it through. As long as I don't leave this place for the rest of my life, it will be enough. Everyone here is a fire elemental martial artist. Therefore, my talent is enough to be called a king. The sect master laughed crazily. Bang bang bang. At this moment, the disciples of the Yen Emperor's sect fell powerlessly on the ground. They had lost the ability to fight. This showed how heaven-defying the talent was. As for the disciples of the other two sects, they had their own special antidotes. Therefore they were safe and sound. Antidote. Jianghu also felt that his spiritual energy had been sealed. He quickly shouted. Soon, someone threw the antidote to him. This made him laugh excitedly. In the entire Yen Emperor sect, only Flame Flash King could still fight. After all, his talent was higher and he was immune to a portion of the Demon Flame's power. You all are despicable. At this moment, Flame Flash King felt that he was too kind in the past. Because if he wanted to dominate the flame world, he would have killed the two sect masters. He cared about the past, but the other party did not. Ha! Hearing this, the other two sect masters laughed sarcastically. Don't make it sound so good. You didn't kill us because you wanted to humiliate us slowly. We came from the same place, but you became a king in the flame world. We are all your subordinates. This is the feeling you want. One of them said coldly. A gentleman's virtue is like the wind, a villain's virtue is like the grass. Flame Flash King roared and then rushed towards the sky. Boom! His talent exploded, causing a blazing sun to appear in the sky. He was the most talented martial artist in the flame world. He had a true divine body. Court of the gods. After his talent exploded, flame gods descended from all directions, as though they were blessing Flame Flash King. This was the court of the gods. It was a unique characteristic of the divine body. It was similar to the divine light protection of the awakened divine body. It had a strong supporting effect. Temperature. Chapter 2620. Boom boom boom. The mountains around the Yen Emperor sect started burning without any fire. As for the people on the ground, their mouths and tongues were dry. Because the temperature was too high. Looking at the Yen Shan Emperor's aura, the two sect leaders looked serious. Although the Yen Shan Emperor's fire spiritual energy was suppressed, he was still a force to be reckoned with. His spiritual energy is depleting quickly. With the suppression of our evil flames, he will be defeated sooner or later. Delay him. Delay. The old man from the Meiyu sect said coldly. He was extremely cunning. 100,000 burning heavens and earth. Boom! While the two of them were talking, a huge flaming palm came. The Yen Shan Emperor's attack was coming. Stop him! The two sect leaders joined forces and used their ultimate skills. Boom! However, they were no match for the Yen Shan Emperor. After the first clash, they spat out blood and flew backwards. They were in a sorry state. Yen Shan Emperor, your attack has weakened. Come on. I know you are loyal and treat your disciples as your family. However, your family betrayed you and caused more people to die. Are you in pain? However, the two sect leaders endured their injuries and flew into the sky again. 500,000 flaming pagoda. Hearing their words, the Yen Shan Emperor was enraged. An even more terrifying temperature burst out. 500,000 degrees. Boom. The mountains were roasted by the temperature and exploded. The Yen Emperor sect was also engulfed in flames. At this moment, the entire flame world seemed to have become the bottom of a volcano. However, the two sect leaders sneered. They did not want to fight the Yen Shan Emperor head-on. Instead, they used their movement skills to fly in the sky. They were obviously trying to exhaust the Yen Shan Emperor's energy. Yen Shan Emperor, your daughter is very beautiful. After you die, I will treat her well and make her my 29th concubine. Ha, old May, after you are tired of her, you must let me play with her. As they ran, they mocked. Bastard! Behind them, the Yenshan Emperor was so angry that his eyes were red. He chased after them. Not good, sect leader fell for their provocation. If it wasn't for the illusory demonic flame, sect master wouldn't be afraid even if they were to play tricks. However, the illusory demonic flame is constantly suppressing sect master's spiritual energy. Seeing this, Elder Chen and the rest were extremely anxious. However, they did not even have the strength to fly and could not help at all. As time passed, Flame Flash King's aura began to weaken. The leader of the Meiyu sect sneered, stopped in her tracks, and suddenly launched a sneak attack. Boom! Flame Flash King couldn't react in time and was immediately smashed to the ground. This made the sect leader stand in the sky and laugh out loud. After so many years, this was the first time he had seriously injured Flame Flash King. However, Flame Flash King was going all out. He rushed forward once again. But everyone could see that it was only a matter of time before Yenshan King lost. Let's see how hard your bones are. Come on, you're worried about your daughter, right? I'll let my disciple humiliate her in front of you and let you hear your daughter's moans. The two sect leaders continued to provoke Flame Flash King with their words. They were like two cruel wolves toying with an injured elephant. Every time Flame Flash King was seriously injured, he would fight again and again until his entire body was covered in blood. Sect leader! Father! Seeing the tragic scene in the sky, all the Flame Emperor sect disciples' faces turned pale. They knew that they had lost the battle. They would all die. Yan Yeyu and Yang Xiaotian sat on the ground powerlessly. Their faces were filled with pain. They had tried their best, but it was a pity that they could not change the outcome. Flame Flash King, look at your daughter. At this moment, a sinister smile suddenly sounded. Jiang Gaofei had already appeared in front of Yan Yeyu. Moreover, he grabbed Yan Yeyu's neck with his big hand. Marry me and I'll spare your father's life. Jiang Gaofei licked his lips. He wanted to humiliate Flame Flash King's daughter in front of him. This would also cause Flame Flash King's mind to be in a mess and he would be more likely to be defeated. In the sky, Flame Flash King was stunned. At this moment, the attacks of the two sect leaders arrived, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, his gaze was still fixed on the ground. Father! Yan Yeyu said with difficulty. Jiang Gaofei smiled proudly. However, just as Jiang Gaofei was expecting Yan Yeyu to nod her head, a firm voice sounded in Yan Yeyu's mind, "Go forward, don't look back. Go to hell, bastard. You trash of the Flame Emperor sect." Yan Yeyu immediately scolded. Since she had decided to fight with her father, then she would continue to walk forward and never look back. This was what Lin Ling had taught her. No matter what kind of storm or calamity she would encounter, as long as she had made a decision, then she would walk forward resolutely. Bang! Yan Yeyu forcefully slapped Jiang Gaofei while scolding, causing the latter to be enraged. Flame Flash King, you dominate the flame world and do whatever you want. Today, I will let you watch your daughter die in front of you. Ha, you trash who values friendship and loyalty. You will definitely be in pain. Jiang Gaofei was hit by Yan Yeyu. He seemed to have gone crazy. Of course, what completely infuriated him was that sentence, trash of the Flame Emperor sect. This reminded him of the strange gazes of his junior brothers. He threw Yan Yeyu far away. At this moment, the Flame Emperor sect had already been destroyed. There were flames everywhere. Yan Yeyu was thrown down the mountain and was about to smash into the flames. Her fate was obvious. Xiao Yu! Seeing this scene, Flame Flash King immediately cried out in pain. Unfortunately, he was too far away to save Yan Yeyu. Senior sister! All the disciples of the Flame Emperor sect shouted. They admired Senior Sister's courage, but they were unwilling to see her fall here forever. The Flame Emperor sect will never be defeated. At this moment, Yan Yeyu was smashed into the flames at the foot of the mountain, but she shouted. As the Senior Sister, she couldn't be weak in front of the Flame Emperor sect today. Otherwise, the Flame Emperor sect, her junior brothers, and all her friends and family would lose the will to fight. She must have the demeanor of a senior sister. However, as she got closer and closer to the foot of the mountain, her eyes started to moisten. She remembered Lin Ling's words. Lin Ling once said that the Flame Emperor sect was too peaceful. Once they encountered a great calamity, they would definitely be wiped out. Lin Ling was right. Lin Ling, you lied to me. You said that you would protect us if we made a deal. She couldn't help but cry. Although she had always been strong, she still had a weak side in her heart. At this moment, she saw a black shadow appear in the smoky sky. It was like an eagle soaring in the sky, and it was getting closer and closer to her. When everything became real, she stopped crying because it was a young man in a blue robe. When have I, Lin Ling, not gone back on my words? That lazy voice suddenly drifted into her ears. Soon after, she felt herself being hugged by someone. It was the most peaceful harbor in the world. Bang! At the same time, a figure hugged Yan Yeyu and slammed into the ground. Chapter 26-21. With me around, the Yen Emperor sect will have nothing to worry about. Following that smash, the flames on the ground scattered. A man carrying Yan Yeyu walked out from the dispersing flames like a flame god. Moreover, he was heading towards the top of the mountain. This scene shocked all the experts on the mountain peak. Who is he? Doubts arose in many people's hearts. However, it was undeniable that the man was like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. This scene shocked their hearts. Lin Ling, you're not dead. Being hugged by Lin Ling, Yan Yeyu felt like she was in a dream. Then she couldn't help but cry. Although she was Lin Ling's senior sister, in reality, Lin Ling was more like her senior brother. This mysterious man was carefree and unrestrained, standing aloof from worldly affairs. However, at critical moments, he was more reliable than anyone else. Lin Ling, the Yen Emperor sect is going to be destroyed. Everyone is going to die. Yan Yeyu's tears flowed out. This caused Lin Ling to halt his steps. He shook his head and smiled. Don't you still have me? His voice was calm, but it was filled with great confidence. Yan Yeyu was stunned. Lin Ling's smile was very charming, and she was actually mesmerized by it. But after Lin Ling put her down, she also reacted. They are two great sect masters. Although she knew that Lin Ling was very magical, she did not think that Lin Ling was a match for the two sect leaders. Unfortunately, after Lin Ling put her down, he had already climbed up the stairs to the Yen Emperor sect. At this moment, the Yen Emperor sect was covered in smoke, but it was silent. Just as the Yen Emperor sect was about to disappear from the world, a young man suddenly appeared and joined the battle. How could they not be shocked? Countless gazes were fixed on Lin Ling, including the three sect leaders in the sky. It's Lin Ling. Yang Shan was the first to speak, her face filled with joy. Elder Chen couldn't help but smile. But soon, their faces dimmed. Although they were surprised by Lin Ling's appearance, they didn't think that Lin Ling could change anything. Elder Chen almost shouted, Lin Ling, get out of here. If they stayed in the Yen Emperor sect, they would be completely annihilated. However, before his voice could be heard, Lin Ling had already spoken. As long as I'm here, the Yen Emperor sect has nothing to worry about. As soon as he said that, the Yen Emperor sect became even more silent. Everyone thought that Lin Ling would say something, but in the end, Lin Ling said that there was no need to worry about the Yen Emperor sect. And the only one they could rely on was Lin Ling. Boom! In just a short moment, everyone's hearts were pounding. They couldn't believe it. The two sect leaders in the sky let out disdainful smiles. They did not even bother to look at Lin Ling. You are just a disciple of the Yen Emperor sect. Who gave you such confidence? After hearing Jiang Gaofei's words, the disdainful smiles on the two sect leaders' faces deepened. They were wondering who it was, but it turned out that it was just a disciple of the Yen Emperor sect. Where did this junior come from? He's just a disciple, but he's deliberately mystifying things. Be the first to kill him. The disciples of the other two sects shouted coldly. Some of them were even tempted to kill Lin Ling. They were not even afraid of the Yen Emperor sect's sect leader. How could they be afraid of a disciple? Could it be him? At this moment, Yen Shan King's eyes flickered. He guessed that the young man was the one who had saved the Yen Emperor sect. This made him feel extremely grateful. When the Yen Emperor sect was in danger, the one who dared to fight against the enemy was a disciple that he did not know. Go, leave immediately. The Yen Emperor sect is like a flame. If it is extinguished today, it will burn again in the future and meet the flame world. Yen Shan King couldn't help but roar. That disciple was the pride of the Yen Emperor sect. With him around, the Yen Emperor sect would never disappear from the world. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not care about his words. Instead, he walked towards Jiang Gaofei. Jiang Gaofei sneered. He was not afraid at all. He did not realize that Lin Ling was already a true God realm expert. Perhaps to him, there were only 3 people in the flame world who had reached the true God realm. It was impossible for others to do so. But, are you not going to greet your senior brother? Jiang Gaofei said coldly. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. Do you know? I hate ungrateful people the most in my life. Even though you're just an ant, you've successfully angered me. Ha! Jiang Gaofei could not help but laugh. Peasant, if you did not enter the Yen Emperor sect, you are nothing. You are the cockroach that ruined my plans. Do you know what you did wrong? You did wrong because you did not know your place and ruined my plans. He still regarded himself as the senior brother and Lin Ling as the junior brother. If the geniuses of the Resplendent Academy were here, they would definitely be laughing their heads off. Not everyone could be the senior brother of the #1 genius in the history of the Resplendent Academy. Lin Ling did not bother to explain anything. He continued to look at Jiang Gaofei with contempt. Say that again. Jiang Gaofei's face immediately became gloomy. The word, trash, was his reverse scale. Look at my mouth. Lin Ling laughed. The reason why he was talking nonsense with this ant was because the other party disgusted him. Another sarcastic remark floated out in shock. Jiang Gaofei is the senior brother. He hates it when his junior brother looks down on him. That guy is pouring oil on senior brother Jiang's anger. There will be a good show to watch. The disciples of the 2 sects rejoiced in Jiang Gaofei's misfortune. As expected, Jiang Gaofei's face darkened. As a junior brother, you really can't see yourself clearly. Pitiful, you are the one who can't see yourself clearly. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. He waved his right hand and a sword light flashed. The tyrannical song sword once again shone in the flame world. Jiang Gaofei was unable to react in time. Everything below his knees was directly cut off, and his entire body fell to the ground. Then, a cry of pain floated out. You crippled me, Jiang Gaofei said in disbelief. He was shocked. What a fast sword. He did not even notice it. How could this junior brother Lin Ling be so strong? Do you know why I didn't kill you? I wanted to show you how strong your so-called world is. However, Lin Ling did not even look at him. He turned around and looked at the sky. Then he pointed his sword at the experts in the sky. I am a merciful person. I don't like to kill. The reason why I used my sword is because I owe the Yen Emperor sect a favor. I also made a deal with the young miss of the sect. So, you have 3 breaths of time to escape. The moment the sword was drawn, the world fell silent. However, the disciples of the 2 sects were stunned. So arrogant? Even the disciples of the Yen Emperor sect were shocked. Was Lin Ling going to kill them all? So powerful. Only Yang Xiaotian and Yen Yeyu had admiration in their eyes.